Good evening and welcome. We continue to bring you our non-stop coverage of this all-important visit of the Prime Minister to the United States. In about half an hour from now, he arrives at the White House, where he'll be meeting US President Joe Biden, one among several visits which are planned. He's already met him once, and we are now told that there may be a third meeting as well at some stage tomorrow. But these are large crowds which have gathered on the lawns of the White House. They've been assembled over there for the last couple of hours, in fact, just to catch a glimpse of Narendra Modi as he comes to the White House. There's a lot of excitement over here. There's a lot of music as well. Quite a remarkable sight. But it's been a fairly landmark deal which has actually taken place, and we'll tell you why. India and the US on the verge or have concluded 6 key deals, details of which we'll find out about in an official statement later this evening. Remember, there will be a press conference as well, which the Prime Minister will address. Limited questions, one to Biden, one to Modi. But in terms of the deals, an $824 million semiconductor investment in India by the US company Micron, a jet engine deal for General Electric engines to be manufactured in India. There'll be an Indian astronaut on the International Space Station, perhaps in 2024. New consulates in each other's country. So Bengaluru and Ahmedabad for the US and Seattle for India. H-1B visa renewal. That process will be much more easy now for Indians who are already there on an H-1B. You'll be able to get that visa renewed in the US itself. You won't have to come back to India. And finally, what is not yet announced but widely expected to be announced, a deal up to $3.1 billion for 31-odd MQ-9B reconnaissance drone from the American company General Atomics, which would, revolutionize India's ability and our armed forces' ability to conduct reconnaissance missions in our across the China frontier and indeed out into the oceans as well. But first, let's quickly take a look at some of the important and key deals. What we need to look at first is semiconductors and the significance of the deal which has been announced today, and what exactly it means, because our digital economy, particularly manufacturing in the digital sector, is going to be completely transformed once India becomes a power hub of semiconductor manufacture. They're everywhere, in our phones, in our cars, in our laptops, in every sensor, in pretty much all modern electronic items, from the most basic workplace appliance to the most advanced ballistic missile submarines. We take semiconductors for granted, which we shouldn't, because they are extremely hard to get and harder still to manufacture, which is why India's tryst with world-class semiconductor manufacture has to begin now, at scale, for our future economic growth. And that's one key deal that the Prime Minister is looking at during this visit to the United States.
Back in the old days, computers were huge, made up of tubes and dials. They were fragile. They used huge amounts of electricity. Semiconductor chips replaced these tubes. Machines became smaller, more efficient, sleeker, way more powerful. The industries that rely most on semiconductors are computing, microprocessors and graphic processing units in your computer, for example, telecommunications, the 5G device on your phone and your phone's display, household appliances, the temperature control in your air conditioner, for example, banking, digital accounting, cloud platforms, security, the CCTV camera in your home, healthcare, pacemakers and monitors in hospitals and elsewhere, and transportation, engine control systems for cars, and the GPS maps that you use, also the manufacturing sector.
Now here is the problem for us in India. Our demand is huge and growing, but we lag in the semiconductor fabrication or FAB manufacture. We have a weak semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem. China had been a top exporter of semiconductors to India, which is problematic since a denial regime or a slowdown in such exports can be weaponized, which is why India wants to make semiconductors for India and the world right here in our country.
Statistics till 2021 showed that China was the top exporter of semiconductors to India, followed by Hong Kong and then Vietnam. To get over the dependence on China and a handful of East Asian nations, In December 2021, the government cleared a whopping $10 billion package to boost the semiconductor industry. India needs a host of superconductor chips of different types to make India a global hub for electronics manufacturing. That manufacturing at the moment is dominated by just a handful of companies around the world. The Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, Intel, Qualcomm, Broadcom, and finally Micron.
In fact, it's Micron and another American company, Applied Materials, that the Prime Minister has invited to boost semiconductor manufacturing in India during his visit to the United States.
Micron is a global leader in memory and storage, and we are a supplier for memory and storage in all end markets, from data centers to smartphones to PCs, and today really fueling the AI engine as well. So we are excited about the opportunities that exist for the future of memory and storage. And again, congratulations to Prime Minister Modi on his excellent visit.
Micron's investment in India comes at a time when India's demand is projected to explode. According to the India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, the India market will touch $64 billion by 2026. That's 3 times the 2019 size of $22.7 billion. In addition to Micron, Vedanta and Foxconn have also signed an MOU with the Gujarat government to invest 1.5 lakh crore rupees to set up a semiconductor and display manufacturing plant in India. But the deal is yet to progress. India, it seems, is keen to step up ties with the US on semiconductors, signing an agreement to establish semiconductor supply chains under the framework of the Indo-US Commercial Dialogue. The future of manufacturing for India's digital economy depends closely on how this works out. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Well, joining us now, Ambassador Arun Singh and Ambassador VB Soni. Thank you both very much for being with us. Ambassador Singh, in your opinion, is this the most substantive visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the United States in our history?
So I think there have been substantive visits by Indian Prime Ministers which have been path-breaking. I think Prime Minister Vajpayee's visit way back in 2001, or even in 2000, after President Clinton's visit, after the sanctions that had been imposed on India, was a very important visit. And then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's visit for the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement was again a very important path-breaking visit, because that opened up higher-level technology cooperation, which has brought us to this point. But what's happening now is, of course, the Indian Prime Minister is on a state visit, only the third time that an Indian leader has gone to US on a state visit. He will be addressing the joint session of Congress for the second time, and the first Indian leader and fifth globally to get that opportunity. But at this time, with this new initiative on critical and emerging technologies, in the framework which we are also seeing the semiconductor announcement that he spoke about. So with this initiative in critical and emerging technologies, I think is the next big thing that has happened after the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement, enabling the two countries to move to even higher levels of technology cooperation. And you've seen, for example, the announcement related to jet engine technology, transfer of technology and production in India. Now, that was something that the US had never allowed earlier for India. So another signal that they're ready to do cooperation at another level. So if you package all that, then I would certainly say that building on the foundation laid earlier, the visit this time is path-breaking and taking the cooperation to yet another level.
Ambassador Soni, now that we have this level of cooperation between India and the United States economically, from a military standpoint, other areas as well, what's the future looking like?
I think, first of all, let me say that this has been a defining moment in our relationship, because in the past we have had some big major breakthroughs and various initiatives that have been taken. But I think present moment, things are changing geopolitically, and China's emergence and the possible threat from them, and more importantly, I think the supply chain disruption. Now, that is an issue which concerns not just India or US, but the entire world. So there has to be an alternative to that. And for that alternative power to come, I think India stands a very good chance with its background, with its fourth largest trained manpower, technological advancement in various fields. But we were lacking in certain areas in terms of getting the state-of-the-art technology, which is homegrown. So to my mind, I think a totally new vista will open up. There are no opportunities which are going to come up because our manufacturing sector will get a boost with this import of technology and other assistance. And of course, along with that will come a huge amount of investment. And this augurs very well for the entire level of relationship. So to my mind, this is an excellent visit. And it's not a one-off. To my mind, it's just a beginning of many more initiatives that will be coming up in the near future. And for that, I think the initiative by the US government and of course our Prime Minister has to be commended. They are the ones who have taken it forward, but it has to carry on the work because I think this is exciting. Sure. Opportunities are going to come up many.
All right. Well, you know, Ambassador Singh did refer to the jet engine technology deal. General Electric has announced it today, the Memorandum of Understanding. Why is this important? Well, jet engine tech is widely considered the holy grail of aviation technology. Very few countries have it and everyone wants it, which is why the US decision to transfer key jet engine technology manufactured by General Electric to India is a landmark deal. Here's a deep dive into why manufacturing these engines in India will be transformational.
Jet engine technology, widely considered the holy grail of civil and military aviation. This is the General Electric GE F414 engine, a cutting-edge jet engine that powers the F-A-18 Hornet, the US Navy's go-to fighter. This engine may now be produced by General Electric in India. In a multi-billion-dollar deal with Hindustan Aeronautics, with reports suggesting that America is willing to transfer key technology worth up to 80% of the value of the deal. It would power the LCA Mark II, an advanced variant of the Made in India Tejas fighter that you see here. The United States has never allowed the transfer of this level of technology to anyone.
State-of-the-art jet engines include components which are deeply intellectual property rights protected, with manufacturing processes that are top secret. The technology that India may get includes coating and machining of single crystal turbine blades. What exactly are we talking about? Consider this. Manufacturing components of jet engine turbines has always been a massive engineering challenge through the history of aviation. Jet turbines need to retain their shape, their strength and their efficiency at temperatures up to 2000 degrees centigrade. Metal alloys used in older jet engines using conventional manufacturing techniques failed at the highest temperatures. They lost their thermal efficiency, which is why a handful of companies began to develop what they called single crystal turbine airfoils. Through profound chemical engineering of superalloys, single crystal turbine airfoils are able to achieve 3 times more engine life protection against corrosion resistance. Far, far lower overall weight. It's a lighter engine. A higher melting point temperature. This is absolutely critical. And massive engine life, much more than usual, up to 25,000 hours before an overhaul takes place.
For India, the deal will mean that GE will open shop in India in partnership with HAL at a new plant to introduce the manufacturing processes required to build not just single crystal turbine blades, but also other key components, including laser drilling for combustion, machining of powder metallurgy, and the manufacture of compression discs and blades. The GE 414 IN6 engine, when it's built in India, will power not just India's indigenous Tejas Mark II fighter, but also the futuristic AMCA, or Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, a stealth fighter.
For the Indian Air Force, this will mean reliable and long-lasting jet engines. Russian engines in the past frequently needed an overhaul at a few hundred hours. Now you have engines which can be overhauled after several thousand hours. engines which are lighter, more powerful, much more fuel efficient, and with the potential to be upgraded for future use. The benefits of all of this will be transformational for the Indian Armed Forces. Vishnu Shom for NDTV. All right, let's just go quickly across to some live images which are coming in from the outside the White House right now. This is just a couple of minutes before Prime Minister Modi arrives over there. Let's just take a look at what's happening.
You are? Okay. You talk to your neck and you're out. Can you move this way some? Okay, great. Yeah, no, it's okay. All right, cool, thank you.
Tracking these pictures, have it up on the screens. But joining me now, Mr. R. Madhavan, the former CMD, the Chairman and Managing Director of HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics, to talk about this huge jet engine deal. Sir, in simple terms, what does it mean for us?
It means that we have a jet engine which can be used across board for all varieties of LCA, and also for such acquisitions like the Navy's acquisition for onboard aircrafts. So this will be a common engine, as well as this also means that we can be a part of the global chain of suppliers for GE.
And sir, is the technology transfer as profound as you expected it to be?
Pardon?
Is the technology transfer as profound as you expected it to be?
Yeah, it will be profound because we will get new technologies. We learn about how to manufacture parts for which are of new generation materials, as well as the main part of the thing is, of course, the foundry part, as well as the what we call it surface treatments of the metallic parts, which can so that they can take up higher temperatures, are corrosion resistant as well as wear resistant. So these are the new technologies that we are looking at.
All right. And sir, can this technology be used in the future for our stealth fighter, the AMCA?
Yeah, what I expect personally is that from these technologies, we will be able to develop, that is the DRDO will be able to develop an engine in the 110 to 125 kilonewton range, which they are planning to. So this will definitely help us in acquiring those technologies, and I hope that GE will stand along with us to develop those engines in-house here. So finally, what we need, that India needs, is an aircraft engine of their own.
All right, so wonderful to hear all of this from you. It is a landmark deal. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Thank you so much indeed. Let's just go back now to all of these images of the White House coming in. Remember, Prime Minister Modi will be there at about 7:30. You've got that ceremonial reception all set to take place. It's a very, very busy day for Prime Minister Modi, and I'm just going to run through some of the other key aspects of what is expected today. Remember, there'll be a press conference as well later on today. But in terms of what we can expect going forward, there's going to be at 7:30 p.m. this evening the White House arrival ceremony. Then between 8:30 p.m. and 9:30 p.m., Prime Minister Modi and the US President Joe Biden will have a bilateral meeting. So that's the business end over there. Lots of aspects of the relationship will be looked at. They'll be sitting across a table from each other. And then at about 10 p.m. India Standard Time, 10 to 10:30 p.m., there's expected to be a joint statement of the outcome of the visit and an interaction with the media. So there will be questions which will be asked, perhaps just one question, one from the Indian side, one from the American side, not a freewheeling press conference by any means, but we will get an answer from a Prime Minister to the question which is asked. Later on at 12:15 a.m. India Standard Time to 2:40 a.m. India Standard Time, and you can watch it all live over here on NDTV, Prime Minister Modi will be making his address to the joint sitting of the US Congress. It is, in a sense, one of the most important aspects. It is without a doubt one of the most important aspects of this particular visit, since it is the second time that Prime Minister Modi has been accorded this very rare honor of addressing the joint session of the US Congress, not once but on two occasions. And at 4 a.m. India Standard Time, which will be the evening for him in Washington DC, there'll be a state dinner where he meets President Joe Biden once again at the White House. Tomorrow is also going to be a fairly busy day. There's going to be an India-US high-tech handshake event at the White House tomorrow. There'll be a State Department luncheon. There'll be business meetings. There'll be an event at the Kennedy Center, a community event. And then finally the Prime Minister departs. He is not coming back to India immediately. He's going to Cairo, Egypt. But for now, let's just listen into what's taking place.
Brought to you by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time. The NDTV News Network
That informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time. The NDTV News Network
That informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time. The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time. The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
welcome to our special show on Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the United in the south lawn of the White House. What you're witnessing right now on your television screens is called the State Arrival Ceremony. You can see the bands are playing. There is and they are all waiting for the dignitaries to step out of the White House, and then there will be a guard of after which both dignitaries are expected to make some short statements. Since there is a large gathering that has been invited, so about 4,000 to 5,000 people, there is a possibility that the Prime Minister might step out and meet some of those people. However, all of these, if the weather holds, at the moment it's not raining, if that holds, then the Prime Minister will meet. So security vans are pulling in. We can see, in fact, the ceremony there starting, but in a short while from now, we'll be able to see both Prime Minister Modi and President Biden. We are able to
All right, we're going to connect with Maha in just a short moment from now, facing some trouble with her connection. Why exactly is this very, very significant and important, not just for India, for the United States as well? We're going to talk about all the aspects. We're going to go back to Maha in just a short moment, but we also have the Voice of America White House Bureau Chief, Patsy, with us. Thank you very much for joining us. As far as the United States is concerned, Patsy, why is this relationship being treated as extremely significant? I can understand the Indian perspective, we've been reporting about it, but what's the view in the United States?
Well, from the Biden administration's point of view, there are at least two reasons why they are treating this visit as a very important visit. I mean, even the term official state visit is distinctive. Usually prime ministers are given official visits, not state visits, which are reserved for presidents and monarchs as heads of state. But for Prime Minister Modi, the term is official state visit. And there are at least two reasons. Number one is to support India's defense capabilities as a counterbalance in the region against China, and number two, to wean off India from Russian weaponry. And as we can see, this is all geopolitical reasons. There's geopolitical interest for the U.S. to ensure that India and the United States have a firm and deepened relationship. But obviously, from the Indian point of view as well, the U.S. has been the country that has been very instrumental in terms of India's transformation, both in terms of defense, both in terms of emerging and critical technologies. Just a few weeks ago, there was this big ISET initiative on critical and emerging technologies that India is very keen to be part of. The U.S. also wants to make sure that India is strong there in order to diversify supply chain away from China. So those are at least two big geopolitical strategy reasons why India and U.S. relationships are very important for the White House.
Yes, Patsy, I'm sure there may be a lot of concerns that have been raised. You must have heard about how China has responded. We've also seen extremely strong words being used by Mr. Biden for the Chinese, calling their leader a dictator. Obviously, that is one country which is very keenly watching and closely watching this development. Beyond the use of that word, dictator, how exactly does the United States look at its association with China vis-a-vis this meeting?
Well, clearly it is a geopolitical balancing act, right? I mean, for the U.S., it's clear from the Biden administration, it's clear that that China presents the biggest threat geopolitically in the region as well as in the world. And, this whole idea of being able to manage relationship with Beijing is something that the administration says over and over is key to the success of their foreign policy. And this is something that obviously many countries in the world want, because they do not want to see conflict. They do not want to see this rivalry between the US and China veer off into conflict. But again, you know, sometimes it's a bit of a head scratcher, particularly what President Biden said in terms of referencing President Xi Jinping as a dictator a day after his Secretary of State Antony Blinken was visiting Beijing to provide guardrail to establish communications and to improve relations between the two countries. So this is a little bit of a curiosity, and a lot of people have wondered why President Biden said that. Was it intentional, or was it, you know, more of an off-the-cuff remark? The White House has not walked it back. They sort of, you know, doubled down and said that it should be no surprise that there are differences between the US and China in terms of autocracies versus democracies. Now, it will be very interesting to see whether that framework of autocracies versus democracies is something that will be underlined or highlighted by the Biden administration in terms of Prime Minister Modi's visit. I mean, we know already that, you know, the whole idea of these relations between two largest democracies has been underlined by Indian officials during their visit. But we also know that there's a lot of issues about human rights that American activists are concerned about, but the White House had said that's not going to be the focus of this visit. They're sort of willing to overlook that because of those more important strategic interests that we have discussed earlier.
All right. Do stay on with us, Patsy. I believe my colleague is now back with us. Maha, it's over to you.
Many thanks, Sanket. The colourful welcome ceremony is on over here, the state welcome ceremony. You can see those people behind me. But let me go across to former US Ambassador to India, Ambassador Timothy Romer, who is also joining us here. Sir, we are here right in the White House. The ceremony is on. In a short while, we'll be able to see Prime Minister Modi and President Biden. But all eyes are really on the big takeaways, because they will speak volumes about where this relationship is going. What do you believe will be the most significant sector of engagement? Will it be defense, technology, or people-to-people issues? For instance, we understand that there could be some relaxation in H-1B. Ambassador Timothy Romer, are you able to hear me, sir? All right, we'll just try to figure this out, whether Ambassador Romer is able to hear us. All right, we'll try and fix that line with Ambassador Timothy Romer. He's here with us on the show, but we need to fix that line so that he's able to hear us. But for the moment, what you can see is that the state welcome ceremony is taking place. The dignitaries the senior officials are all here. There is a band. There will be a 19-gun salute. Prime Minister Modi has well now to a large applause from the people, largely from the Indian community who are here for the reception. All right, Prime Minister Modi has arrived at the White House. In fact, in a short while from now, the function will get underway. This is the reception. It's slotted for an hour, where we can also expect Prime Minister Modi and President Biden to make some short statements. The weather at the moment is holding, so there is no drizzling as well that is happening. So it is quite likely that the Prime Minister may just step out a little bit from the stage and meet a few people who are around now. Both the dignitaries have reached the stage, and we'll be able to, in fact, even hear them shortly. In a short while from now, the Prime Minister dressed in a white kurta pajama with a sky blue jacket. President Biden there dressed in a formal suit with a tie. Both the dignitaries on the stage, and in minutes from now, I suppose the first event that will be the 19-gun salute. This is part of the state reception or the state visit. You can see the state. Here you can hear the gunshots there, the 19-gun salute. You'll be able to see the white plumes that Patsy, who's joining us here. Patsy, we can see both the dignitaries on the stage, the ceremony underway, a 19-gun salute has happened. But what are the big takeaways from the American side, Patsy, if you can help us understand that they are looking at from the Indian side, defense, tech partnership, the H-1B visa issue, all these issues are big. What is America looking at this? How is America looking at this visit in terms of takeaways?
No, those are the big deliverables that you have just mentioned. In terms of tech and defense, there's this agreement by the General Electric where that American company will joint produce engines for Indian jets. There is the whole drone purchase. Of course, this will be used to surveil the border between India and China as well as Pakistan. So these are really, really big deliverables coming out as a function of ISET, and also in effort of supporting Indian production of weapons. Again, to wean India off Russian weaponry, this is something very important. I think the U.S. understands that India, Prime Minister Modi's government has been reluctant to criticize Russia in terms of its invasion on Ukraine. And so this is something that I think the U.S. side will not be pushing too much, but obviously the whole issue of supporting Ukraine from India, not just India, but also the global South, will be discussed. And in fact, in just a few days, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who was just in India a couple of weeks ago, will be again meeting with his Indian counterparts, as well as counterparts from Brazil, India, China, and Turkey, you know, the so-called BRICS countries plus Turkey, the global South, in order to shore up more support for Ukraine. So that's definitely something that the Biden administration wants to lean on the Modi government in order to be able to broaden support for Ukraine. But you know, other than those geopolitical issues that we've been discussing, I think you can hear and you can hear the report from your colleague there, who's on the other side of the White House. I'm on the north lawn of the White House. Your colleagues on the south lawn, where all the action is happening. And let me just describe to you what the situation was like here at the White House this morning. I have never seen so many foreign press before. I think the Prime Minister brought something like 60 or more people, foreign journalists, foreign press with him. So definitely a big audience.
All right, Patsy,
of course, the Indian American diaspora.
Yes, as well.
You can hear
Ambassador
their
Timothy
noise.
Roma, John Chambers, and Umesh Sachdev. But let's listen into what President Biden is saying now.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States.
Welcome, Mr. Prime Minister. Welcome back to the White House. I've long believed that the relationship between the United States and India will be one of the defining relationships of the 21st century. Two proud nations whose love of freedom secured our independence, bound by the same words in our Constitution. First three words: we the people. The enduring ties and shared values between our people, and the shared responsibility as global leaders to tackle the great issues of our time together.
स्वागत है प्रधानमंत्री जी आपका, पुनः आपका लौटने के लिए। मैंने हमेशा विश्वास किया है कि संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका और भारत के मध्य यह रिश्ता 21वीं सदी के परिभाषित संबंधों में से एक है। दो गौरवशाली राष्ट्र, हम इन तथ्यों से बंधे हैं और यहाँ हमारी स्वाधीनता के प्रेम से ही हमने अपनी स्वतंत्रता प्राप्त की है। हमारे जो तथ्य हैं वो हमारे संविधान के पहले शब्द यही हैं: हम देश के नागरिक, हमारे लोगों के बीच स्थायी संबंध और साझे मूल्य, और वर्तमान के महान मुद्दों से निपटने के लिए वैश्विक नेताओं के रूप में हमारी साझी जिम्मेदारी।
I'm honored to be the first to have you here in 15 years. The United States is honoring and hosting an official visit for the Republic of India. Prime Minister Modi, welcome back to the White House.
मैं सम्मानित हूँ कि लगभग 15 वर्षों में पहली बार संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका भारत गणराज्य के लिए एक आधिकारिक राजकीय यात्रा की मेजबानी कर रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी, व्हाइट हाउस में आपका स्वागत है।
We spent a lot of time together, going back to when I was Vice President and you had just become Prime Minister. And since I've become President, we've continued a relationship built on mutual trust, candor, and respect. The challenges and opportunities facing the world in this century require that India and the United States work and lead together, and we are.
बहुत समय एक साथ बिताया है उस समय से जब मैं उपराष्ट्रपति था और आप अभी अभी प्रधानमंत्री बने थे, और जब से मैं राष्ट्रपति बना हूं, हमेशा इस रिश्ते को जारी रखा है हमने। और जहां हमारा इसमें आपसी विश्वास, स्पष्टवादिता और सम्मान है। इस सदी में जो चुनौतियां और अवसर विश्व के सामने हैं, यह आवश्यक है कि भारत और अमेरिका एक साथ काम करें और नेतृत्व करें, और हम कर रहे हैं।
With your partnership, we've invigorated and elevated the Quad between the United States, India, Australia, and Japan to advance our vision of a free, open, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. Decades from now, people will look back and say the Quad bent the arc of history toward global good, as the Prime Minister describes it.
आपकी साझेदारी के साथ हमने एक मुक्त, खुला, सुरक्षित और समृद्ध हिंद प्रशांत की दृष्टि को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका, भारत, ऑस्ट्रेलिया और जापान के मध्य क्वाड को मजबूत और उन्नत किया है। अब से दशकों बाद लोग पीछे मुड़कर देखेंगे और कहेंगे, क्वाड ने इतिहास के वृत्तचाप को वैश्विक हित की ओर मोड़ दिया, जैसा कि प्रधानमंत्री इसका वर्णन करते हैं।
Together, India and the United States are working closely on everything from ending poverty and expanding access to health care, to addressing climate change, to tackling food and energy insecurity stoked by Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine.
साथ साथ भारत और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका हर विषय पर मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि गरीबी को समाप्त करना और स्वास्थ्य देखभाल तक पहुंच का विस्तार, जलवायु संकट को संबोधित करने से लेकर खाद्य और ऊर्जा असुरक्षा से निपटना, जो यूक्रेन पर रूस के अकारण युद्ध से प्रभावित हुआ।
We made critical and emerging technologies the pillar of our next generation partnership to ensure that these technologies promote and protect our values, remain open, accessible, and trusted and secure.
हमने महत्वपूर्ण और उभरती प्रौद्योगिकियों को अपनी अपनी पीढ़ी की साझेदारी का एक स्तंभ बनाया है, यह सुनिश्चित करने के लिए कि इन प्रौद्योगिकियों हमारे द्वारा हमारे मूल्यों को बढ़ावा और सुरक्षा मिलेगी और यह खुले, सुलभ, विश्वसनीय और सुरक्षित रहेंगी।
All this matters for America, for India, and for the world. We face an inflection point, one of those moments that only come around every several generations, when so much is changing technologically, politically, socially, and environmentally, that the decisions we make today are going to determine our future for decades to come.
यह सब बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है अमेरिका के लिए, भारत के लिए और सारे विश्व के लिए। हम एक मोड़ का सामना कर रहे हैं, ऐसे क्षण जो हर कई पीढ़ियों में केवल एक बार आते हैं, जहां बहुत कुछ परिवर्तित हो रहा है, तकनीकी रूप से, राजनीतिक रूप से, सामाजिक रूप से और पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से, कि आज हम जो निर्णय लेंगे वह आने वाले दशकों के लिए भविष्य का निर्धारण करेंगे।
And as democracies, we can better tap into the full talent of all of our people and attract investments as true and trusted partners as leading nations, with our greatest export being the power of our example. Equity under the law, freedom of expression, religious pluralism, and diversity of our people. These core principles have endured and evolved even as they have faced challenges throughout each of our nation's histories, and will fuel our strength, depth, and future.
लोकतंत्र के स्वरूप में हमने सभी लोगों की पूर्ण प्रतिभा का बेहतर तरीके से लाभ उठाया है और हम उठा सकते हैं, और अग्रणी देशों के रूप में सच्चे और विश्वसनीय भागीदारों के रूप में निवेश को आकर्षित कर सकते हैं। हमारा सबसे बड़ा निर्यात हमारे उदाहरण की शक्ति है। कानून के तहत समानता, अभिव्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता, धार्मिक बहुलवाद, हमारे लोगों की विविधता, ये मूल सिद्धांत दृढ़ हैं और विकसित हुए हैं, यहाँ तक कि जब उन्हें चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ा है हमारे प्रत्येक देश के इतिहास में, और दूर भविष्य तक हमारी ताकत को ये ऊर्जा प्रदान करेंगे।
And they form a special bond among our nations, forged by the special bond among our people, based on values that are universal, a duty to family and elders, treating all people with respect and dignity, a premium on education and creativity, self-discipline, hard work, entrepreneurship, faith and service to community, courage and resilience, and tolerance and opportunity for all.
और ये हमारे राष्ट्रों के बीच एक विशेष बंधन बनाते हैं। हमारे लोगों के बीच विशेष बंधन द्वारा निर्मित उन मूल्यों पर आधारित जो सार्वभौमिक हैं, परिवार और बड़ों के प्रति कर्तव्य, सभी लोगों के साथ सम्मान और गरिमा के साथ व्यवहार, शिक्षा और रचनात्मक पर बढ़ोतरी, आत्म अनुशासन, कड़ी मेहनत और उद्यमशीलता, विश्वास और समुदाय के लिए सेवा, साहस और लचीलापन, सहिष्णुता और अवसर।
I've seen this dynamism in my visits to India. I see it in Indian American diaspora that reflects every part of American life and remains a bridge between our nations and only grows stronger with each generation. We see it with record numbers of Indian Americans serving in the United States Congress. We see it here at the White House, where proud Americans with Indian heritage serve our country every day, including our Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
में यह गतिशीलता देखी है। मैं इसे भारतीय अमेरिकी प्रवासियों में देखता हूं, जो अमेरिकी जीवन के हर भाग को दर्शाता है और हमारे राष्ट्रों के बीच एक पुल बना हुआ है जो प्रत्येक पीढ़ी के साथ निरंतर मजबूत होता है। हम इसे संयुक्त राज्य कांग्रेस में बड़ी संख्या में देखते हैं और हम इसे यहाँ व्हाइट हाउस में देखते हैं, जहाँ भारतीय विरासत के साथ गर्वित अमेरिकी हर दिन हमारे देश की सेवा कर रहे हैं और जिनमें उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस भी शामिल हैं।
The granddaughter, the proud granddaughter of Indian civil servant, daughter of an Indian student, turned American scientist, who came to the United States when she was only 19 years old to pursue her dream of curing cancer. A family like so many of ours in our nation that speaks of the thousand stories of determination, courage, and hope.
एक भारतीय समाज सेविक की पोती, एक भारतीय छात्र जो अमेरिकी वैज्ञानिक बनी, जो 19 साल की उम्र में संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका आई थी कैंसर के इलाज के अपने सपने को साकार करने के लिए, उनकी बेटी। हमारे देशों में बहुत सारे परिवारों में से एक जो हजारों दृढ़ संकल्प, साहस और आशा की कहानियां कहते हैं।
Stories that define the relationship and the limitless possibilities between the United States and India, two great nations, two great friends, two great powers that can define the course of the 21st century. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your partnership, and I'll turn it over to you.
परिभाषित करने वाली कहानियां और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका और भारत के मध्य असीम संभावनाएं, दो महान राष्ट्र, दो अच्छे मित्र, दो महान शक्तियां, यह 21वीं सदी के पाठ्यक्रम को परिभाषित करेगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपकी साझेदारी के लिए धन्यवाद। अब मैं आपको सौंपता हूं।
Distinguished guests, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, फर्स्ट लेडी डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन, डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट, उमंग और उत्साह से भरे हुए इंडियन अमेरिकन मेरे प्यारे साथियों, आप सबको नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के मित्रतापूर्ण स्वागत और दीर्घ दृष्टिपूर्ण संबोधन के लिए उनका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। थैंक यू प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन फॉर योर फ्रेंडशिप।
President Biden, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, distinguished guests, friends from the Indian American community filled with energy and excitement, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to President Biden for his warm welcome and his far-sighted speech. Thank you, President Biden, for your friendship.
Friends, आज व्हाइट हाउस में शानदार स्वागत समारोह के एक प्रकार से ये भारत के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का सम्मान है, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का गौरव है। ये सम्मान अमेरिका में रहने वाले 4 मिलियन से अधिक भारतीय मूल के लोगों का भी सम्मान है। इस सम्मान के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन का उनके प्रति हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
Friends, this grand welcome ceremony at the White House today is an honor and pride for 1.4 billion people of India. This is also an honor for more than 4 million people of Indian origin living in the US. For this honor, I express my heartfelt gratitude to President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden.
Friends, करीब 3 दशक पहले एक साधारण नागरिक के रूप में मैं अमेरिका यात्रा पर आया था और उस समय मैंने व्हाइट हाउस को बाहर से देखा था। प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद तो मैं स्वयं तो कई बार यहां पर आया हूं, लेकिन इतनी बड़ी संख्या में इंडियन अमेरिकन समुदाय के लिए व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार आज पहली बार खोले गए हैं।
Friends, about 3 decades ago, I came on a visit to America as a common man. At that time, I had seen the White House from outside. After becoming the Prime Minister, I have come here many times, but today, for the first time, the doors of the White House have been opened for the Indian American community in such large numbers.
भारतीय समुदाय के लोग अपने टैलेंट, कर्मठता और निष्ठा से अमेरिका में भारत की शान बढ़ा रहे हैं। आप सब हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। आज आपको दिए गए सम्मान के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। उनका जितना धन्यवाद करूं उतना कम है।
The people of the Indian community are enhancing India's glory in the US through their talent, hard work, and dedication. You are the real strength of our relationship. I thank President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden for the honor you've been given today. I think I can't thank him enough for this.
Friends, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के समाज और व्यवस्थाएं लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों पर आधारित है। दोनों देशों के संविधान, उसके पहले 3 शब्द और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने अभी जिसका उल्लेख किया, वी द पीपल, हम दोनों देश अपनी विविधता पर गर्व करते हैं। हम सर्वजन हिताय सर्वजन सुखाय इस मूलभूत सिद्धांत में विश्वास रखते हैं।
The societies and institutions of both India and the US are based on democratic values. The constitutions of both countries begin with the following 3 words: we, the people, as President Biden just mentioned. Both of our countries take pride in their diversity. Both of us believe in the fundamental principle of in the interest of all, for the welfare of all.
पोस्ट कोविड काल में वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर एक नया रूप ले रहा है। इस कालखंड में भारत और अमेरिका की मित्रता पूरे विश्व के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने में पूरक होगी। ग्लोबल गुड के लिए वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए दोनों देश साथ मिलकर काम करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी मजबूत स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप डेमोक्रेसी की ताकत का स्पष्ट प्रमाण है।
In the post-COVID era, the world order is taking a new shape. In this time period, the friendship between India and the US will be instrumental in enhancing the strength of the whole world. The two countries are committed to work together for the global good and for global peace, stability and prosperity. Our strong strategic partnership is a clear proof of the power of democracy.
Friends, अब से कुछ ही देर में राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और मैं भारत अमेरिका संबंधों और अन्य क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर विस्तार से बातचीत करेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है कि हमेशा की तरह आज भी हमारी बातचीत बहुत सकारात्मक और उपयोगी रहेगी। आज दोपहर को मुझे यूएस कांग्रेस को एक बार फिर से संबोधित करने का अवसर मिलेगा। इस सम्मान के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभारी हूं।
Friends, in a short while from now, President Biden and I will discuss India-US relations and various regional and global issues. I'm sure that, as always, our conversation today will be very positive and useful. This afternoon, I will also have an opportunity to address the US Congress for a second time. I am deeply grateful for this honor.
मैं यही कामना करता हूं और 140 करोड़ भारतवासी भी यही कामना करते हैं कि भारत का तिरंगा और अमेरिका का स्टार एंड स्ट्राइप हमेशा नई ऊंचाइयां छूते रहे। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन, एक बार फिर आपके स्नेह भरे निमंत्रण के लिए, आपके गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं आपका और 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तान वासियों की तरफ से आभार प्रकट करता हूं। जय हिंद। गॉड ब्लेस अमेरिका। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I wish for, and the 1.4 billion people of India wish with me, for India's tricolor and America's stars and stripes to always keep flying higher and higher. President Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, once again, I thank you for your kind invitation, for your warm welcome and hospitality, also on behalf of 1.4 billion people of India. Jai Hind, God bless America. Thank you very much.
Are you going and meeting the people?
Mr. President, let's conclude the ceremony.
right, the function here is underway in the White House. You just heard the speeches there, both by President Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Guests, Ambassador Timothy Roma, former U.S. Ambassador to India, John Chambers, U.S. ISPF Chairman, former Executive Chairman, CEO, Cisco Systems, and we are also being joined by Umesh Sachdev, co-founder of Unifor. Ambassador Roma, coming first to you, sir. What do you make of the speeches? What was the underlying thrust of the speeches of both President Biden and Prime Minister Modi? They spoke about tech partnership, why it's important, secure and trusted tech partnership. They spoke about the Indian-American community and also about the Quad. President Biden said it's bent the arc of history. Which point do you believe was the most significant in their speeches?
Well, nice to be with you, and I'm very excited to see these two speeches by Mr. Modi and President Biden, and go to the White House state dinner tonight to celebrate this partnership between two great democracies. I think we're not overstating this by using words like a watershed visit, historic cooperation, and a springboard of deliverables to partner on security, defense, energy, space, and computer issues for a decade or decades to come. There was not just one thing to point out here. It is the friendship, the trust, the partnership, whether that's talking about the Quad and the deepening of the strategic cooperation and convergence there. It's the way we see China together. Both countries see China and some of its aggressiveness and its foreign policy as a threat to prosperity and world peace. We see cooperation on technology in the same ways, whether that's wireless, whether that's space cooperation, whether that is a new chip plant that may be going into Gujarat at $2.7 billion. We see cooperation on technology as a way to work on climate change and energy independence. So that's key. We also see friendship and partnership and trust as key issues. We can talk about anything when we have a reservoir full of unprecedented trust in this relationship, as Prime Minister Modi talked about in a Wall Street Journal interview the other day. When that trust is at high levels, we can talk about historic agreements, springboards to new kinds of cooperation and technology, but we can also talk about things that we might find sensitive in this relationship. I'm sure Mr. Modi is going to bring up the withdrawal from Afghanistan as an issue. He may discuss Pakistan as an issue. Also, President Biden will certainly talk about the Ukraine war and oil issues, and he might bring up the issues of democracy and human rights. So when friends have this kind of trusted relationship, they can really talk about anything.
Now to John Chambers as well. John Chambers, what we heard both sides talk about also dwelled upon tech partnership,
dwelled upon tech partnership, secure open tech partnership. Do you think in the context of China, this becomes very vital for both India and America?
I think it's even broader than that when you look at it, Maha. I think this is what President Biden worded as the most defining strategic relationship for the 21st century. That is a huge statement. And the major purpose of this visit is to bring our countries closer together, to allow America to see Prime Minister Modi for the wonderful, brilliant leader that he is, and the strategic partner to the U.S. For President Biden to say, here's how both countries really benefit from the overall approach. So we said this 5 years ago, interestingly enough, at Gujarat with the prime minister there, that the U.S.-India relationship would emerge the most strategic relationship in the world, that India would be the fastest growing economy in the world, that the U.S. and India together could innovate at a pace that others could not, and would be models for others to follow. And I think when you listen to Prime Minister Modi's comments about global good, peace, and prosperity, I think this is coming true. but realize this was also on the foundation that has been built by the cabinets from both sides over the last year, the finance ministers, the defense ministers, the Secretary of State, etc. So I think it is a defining moment in the relationship for us to get to know India even closer. I love India. As you know, I'm the biggest bull on India, the most optimistic about India's future and the importance of the partnership with the U.S., but also a huge believer in the vision of Prime Minister Modi and the future of India and how important the U.S. and India together can benefit every citizen in every one of our countries and every one of our states. So I think the message today was spectacular. I do think it's a watershed moment, as Tim said in terms of his comments, but I think you're just beginning to realize what is capable out of this long-term partnership strategicness that goes way beyond trade, way beyond just great contracts and working relationships with GE or with Boeing or with Apple. It goes to how we innovate together, how we generate jobs together, and what your other guests will be talking about, how we do startups together, where our countries work together for to be the best innovators in the world, where you have the best engineers in India, graduating 1 million a year, and the best startups in the US in terms of Silicon Valley and beyond. And we combine those strengths and we will innovate, not just in critical infrastructure or emerging technologies such as AI, but well beyond it. So I think it is a huge moment, a huge inflection point in time, and one that I'm very excited to see. But it will define the future, I think, not just of our two great countries, but candidly of the world in terms of a model for the future.
Okay. All right. All right. Umesh Sachdev, I want you to particularly talk about the Indian American community that has been alluded to by both the sides, how important and significant it has been, how it has grown and contributed to the American society as well.
Maha, this is truly an important occasion for the Indian American community today with Prime Minister Modi's visit. Not only are these two the biggest democracies of the world, these are the two biggest innovation economies of the world. The relationship between Silicon Valley and India has been extremely strong. The Indian American community's contribution to the tech innovation economy of Silicon Valley is truly profound. So look at some of the largest CEOs, the latest startups, the number of unicorns. India today has the third highest unicorns in the world. And every single unicorn coming out of India, which is focused on business-to-business environment, finds North America and the United States as one of their biggest market. Similarly, every large unicorn in US, which is looking to build a global business, finds engineering talent and India as a key market, etc. So the ties between the technology ecosystem, the innovation ecosystem, the startup ecosystem are truly at a place and a pace that no two countries in the world today can define. And today, Prime Minister Modi's visit to the US, his focus on technology transfer, technology partnership between the two countries is further going to cement the role that Indian Americans are playing in the tech innovation ecosystem and startups in the United States.
Ambassador Roma, coming to the issue of people-to-people contact, as far as H-1B visas are concerned, or visas in general are concerned, it's been a niggling point between the two sides. We understand that today there could be some big announcement on H-1B visas that can be renewed now in the US and the person doesn't have to go back to it. A very big step, yes. At least in easing out the situation for professionals.
Well, I know that this is a very, very big issue for the United States and a very big issue for the people of India. Again, this is talking about our people-to-people ties. The fact that Mr. Modi and President Biden both talked about our Constitution starting with the sacred words, "We the people." The people of India, the people of the United States run the government, not the other way around, or kings or monarchs or dictators. The people are in charge. And the people have been telling our leadership in Congress and Parliament and so forth that we want to expedite these travels between our two countries. We have 4.5 million Indian Americans living in the United States. We not only have a very, very close community in the business environment, in the startup environment, in the unicorn environment, but in our political environment. Both Democrat and Republican presidents believe strongly in the strategic convergence of the United States and India. And I know BJP and Congress party officials also believe in this relationship. We have people in Congress, not just the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, that believes and works on this relationship. One of the most important committees in the United States Congress is the Select Committee on China. One of the most important people on that committee is my friend Raja Krishnamurthy, an Indian American from Illinois, who is the ranking member on that committee and helping us put forward policy on China. So throughout our society, from business to politics to society, we need to be able to expedite travel between our two countries. And especially it's in the interest of the United States to bring over and keep potentially brain gain. That means Indians who come to the United States, study here, get PhDs. Not only are they job makers, they're job multipliers. They help us start new businesses and employ Americans across the board in our communities by creating startup jobs and big companies. And hundreds of Americans, therefore, have jobs when we can have a smart, safe, secure immigration and visa policy. I know the new ambassador, Eric Garcetti, has been working hard to do this since he got over to New Delhi. It's a priority for Mr. Biden and the State Department. And I understand there are going to be some announcements on how to improve, expedite, and make sure that that renewal process takes place in a quick and efficient fashion.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. and it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every...
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and let's get to the latest on the Prime Minister's state visit in the United States. And now the real important part of that visit has begun. It's the day 2 of the state visit, and the Prime Minister was welcomed at the White House with a 19-gun salute. There was also the playing of the national anthem of both countries. And welcoming the Prime Minister, President Joe Biden said, "We spent a lot of time together since the time I was Vice President, and since I became President, we established a relationship based on trust. Given the situation of the world, it's essential that India and US work together." So that was the opening remarks of President Joe Biden. Remember, yesterday as well, the President did meet Prime Minister Modi. He was welcomed at the White House by the First Lady and the President, and there was a private dinner then. But today is when the real working part of the trip begins, and the bilateral between the Prime Minister and President Joe Biden has begun. After that, the Prime Minister, they will be addressing the media, and there will also be a press conference. 2 questions, we believe, will be asked, one by an Indian reporter, one by an American reporter. Then the Prime Minister will be addressing a joint sitting of the Congress, and that's a rare honor, and this is the second time he will be doing so. And after that, we'll have a grand state dinner in the White House. So that is what the plan is for today. In fact, very interestingly, NDTV's Maha, who is there in the US, has also told us that perhaps on the 3rd day of the Prime Minister's visit in Washington, that perhaps there may even be another meeting between the President and the Prime Minister. Now, already, remember, there have been several big announcements. Mega deals are on the cards, and we've been reporting that all day and bringing you all the highlights. Big ticket announcements, which are range from a defense cooperation to space expedition. That's very interesting. A signing of an agreement between ISRO and NASA, and possibly an Indian astronaut to be sent to the International Space Station. So that's something to look forward to. And several deals to really strengthen the ties between the two countries. As we said, after the bilateral talks, which will now be taking place, these visuals of the hug earlier on as the Prime Minister was received at the White House. And the Prime Minister, as we said, will address a joint sitting of the 2 houses of the US Congress, and then the dinner. So let's talk about some of the deals that have taken place, the announcements that have been made. General Electric's aerospace arm has announced that it has teamed up with the state-owned Hindustan Aeronautics Limited to make fighter jet engines for the Indian Air Force in India. So that is a very key aspect of India's Make in India push that we've had. Also, Micron Technology, a prominent American chip maker, has been invited by the Prime Minister to set up an assembly plant in Gujarat. So that is also something that is very, very key. And remember, the chips are used in all aspects of our everyday life. So to have a plant set up in India is a vacuum that we realized, especially during the COVID times when there was a shortage. So this has been something that has gotten a great push. So Micron Technology to set up a base in India, an assembly plant in Gujarat. Also very welcome for the NRIs, for Indians who are working there in the United States, India and the US. Again, we've heard from sources, is all set to announce changes in the visa processing for H-1B visas, and also opening up of new consulates. So that's a big step up in diplomatic ties. And finally, Bengaluru will get its own US consulate. Imagine India's Silicon City. It had no US consulate till now, so that's on the cards. Also in Ahmedabad is what we're hearing, and India will set up a consulate in Seattle, so that will help in terms of Alaska as well, as a lot of interests are there. So those are some of the key announcements that are expected, as we said. And there you can see the inside pictures as the Prime Minister and President Joe Biden are sitting together ahead of the bilateral talks. All right, so Prime Minister Modi and Joe Biden, they're sitting. We're seeing if we can get any audio there, but that is the meeting that's taking place inside the White House, so the bilateral taking place.
White House में दोनों देशों के राष्ट्राध्यक्ष, इस वक्त आप देख सकते हैं दृश्य हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रपति जो बाइडेन और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, जिनके बीच इस वक्त वार्ता जारी है, और जैसा प्रधानमंत्री ने भी कहा कि विभिन्न आपसी, द्विपक्षीय, क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर दोनों नेता आपस में बातचीत करेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे, और उसके बाद क्या कुछ निकलकर सामने आ रहा है वो एक संयुक्त साझा बयान में हमारे सामने होगा.
व्हाइट हाउस के
Prime Minister Modi and President Joe Biden, and that's the very key sort of walking on the side there, and with the pillars of the White House on the side. That's a very characteristic visual or picture from the White House. And now to have the Prime Minister and President Joe Biden walking there is an interesting photo op. And not that he hasn't visited before, but earlier on the Prime Minister also spoke about how the White House has opened its gates for so many.
We're seeing our major defense partnership now pillared in the Pacific security. We're seeing our growing cooperation with a whole range of issues. We're seeing our economic ties and technology incremental economic growth for our people. We're seeing our growing cooperation with a whole range of 20 this year. Space, focusing on technologies, clean energy, global infrastructure. I look forward to discussing how we can strengthen our partnership 20 this year, build a future together worthy challenges and build our people one grounded on democracy, human rights,
और अधिक बेहतर एक ऐसा भविष्य जो लोकतंत्र, मानव अधिकारों, स्वतंत्रता और नियमों पर आधारित.
Welcome again, Mr. Prime Minister. We have a big agenda.
आज मैं आपके साथ चर्चा करने देख रहा हूँ किस तरह से हम आपकी और अपनी सहभागिता को और प्रधानमंत्री एक बार फिर से और एक साथ मिलकर एक ऐसा भविष्य तैयार करें जो हमारे लोगों के लिए और अधिक बेहतर हो. एक ऐसा भविष्य जो लोकतंत्र, मानव अधिकारों, स्वतंत्रता और नियमों पर आधारित हो.
So welcome again, Mr. Prime Minister. We have a big agenda and to continue to build our progress. Again, step by step, continue to build.
तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी एक बार फिर से आपका
coming in. Okay. Well, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for being here. Welcome back to the White House.
प्रधानमंत्री जी आपका यहाँ पर स्वागत है फिर से आपने हमें आपको दिया धन्यवाद.
Almost exactly.
That is inside the White House as President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Modi, begin their bilateral talks. And this is a photo op really for the media there. But to talk more about the Prime Minister's visit and the significance of this visit, we're now joined by Dr. Tara Kartha, a former Director, National Security Council Secretariat, and Daniel Markey, a Senior Advisor, South Asia, USIP, and Senior Fellow at FPI SAIS. Thank you so much both for joining us. us. And Dr. Tara Kartha, first to you, a very, very significant visit, which also shows India's importance to the US, given, the manner of this visit, the red carpet that's been rolled out, the manner in which the Prime Minister has been welcomed, and all the sort of statements coming out of the White House ahead of this visit.
Yes, I know. It's actually personally also quite a huge victory for all of us, because all of this was being put together at the NSCS, as you know. The whole ICT was being put together from there. So I'm so happy to see that. I mean, this is tremendous, right? I have never in all my years in government service seen a visit as heavily uploaded as this one. This has got so many deliverables across the board. In, like you said just now, in space, in terms of the engine technology, in terms basically of the enormous goodwill, at least from India. There is huge goodwill, which, let me tell you, was not the case earlier. At least 10 years ago, there was so much suspicion of the United States, which is not there now. I mean, every person wants to send his child across. Second thing is, you should remember, this is a kind of uploading since 95, 2015, the defense framework. Everything was going so slowly, both sides were trying to work things out, and suddenly we have this huge upsurge. So I think it's a huge initiative by the President Biden, I think, who has thrust this forward. It's something which really the most significant partnership which we are seeing for us in a decade. This is a huge thing. So it's
right. Dr. Kartha, sorry to interrupt you there. We're just going to play out another clip of the interaction inside. Let's just listen in.
विश्व के सबसे बड़े देश भारत और अमेरिका, एक ऐसा भविष्य जो लोग मानव अधिकारों, हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक सजदा मानव जाति के कल्याण के लिए, वैश्विक शांति और स्थिरता के लिए, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाली सभी ताकतों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और पहले से कहीं ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है। ये विश्वास है कि हम मिलकर पूरे विश्व के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने में अवश्य सफल होंगे।
Thank you for being here. Welcome back to the White House.
सभी की नजर
10 years ago, when I visited Dubai as Vice President, I emphasized how important it was in the United States to build a partnership
मानव जाति के कल्याण के लिए, वैश्विक शांति और स्थिरता के लिए, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाली सभी ताकतों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और पहले से कहीं ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम मिलकर पूरे विश्व के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने में अवश्य सभी।
All right, the Prime Minister, what you could make out from that statement, talking about how, working together, the US and India in the future, and how significant that would be, and, the close ties between the two countries. Well, let's go back to our guest, Daniel Markey. We were talking about how the US has rolled out the red carpet, and the importance being given to Prime Minister Modi at this state visit. He'll be addressing a joint sitting of the Congress, but it's also significant to talk about the third person in this relationship, which is China. And never before has India been more important for the United States, given its fraught relationship with China and with Russia.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's China that has in many ways brought the United States and India closer together even than they were before. I mean, there's a continuity story here. The US-India relationship has steadily improved over the past 2 decades. This isn't simply a Joe Biden, Narendra Modi story, but there's also a change story, and that change has happened over the past several years. I think the acceleration of Indian concerns about China as a security threat along India's border has made the Modi government much more interested in exploring more serious, especially in the defense realm, serious stepwise advances with the United States. And the United States, because its relationship with China has also deteriorated, I think increasingly sees India really through that lens. It's also interesting to note that Secretary of State Tony Blinken was just in Beijing this past week. And there, even as he was attempting, I think, to try to normalize the relationship a bit, halt a downward slide, there was still some challenges. And I think those cannot be soft-sold. I think those will continue. And I think now, with this week ending on this high note of a visit from Narendra Modi to Washington, will highlight the differences in the way that the United States characterizes its relationship with China as compared to how it characterizes its relationship with India.
Right, and these key deals, you know, in defense, tech, space, this is also a means of weaning India away on it dependence on Russia as well. So that is also something that is, you know, that's the pragmatic approach in this entire, all this talk about this grand welcome, etc., and all these mega deals. But that's really the reason for some of these mega deals.
Yeah, that's certainly the ambition. You know, India continues to buy a great deal of high-end military equipment from Russia, or is trying to. That can't be changed overnight. I think everybody in the United States is pretty realistic about how challenging it will be and how that's a kind of a longer-term project. But the defense deals that are being signaled so far, the drone deal certainly, but even maybe in some ways more importantly, the jet engine deal, those are significant steps to replace, especially the jet engine deal, to replace Russian-built equipment in the Indian arsenal. And as I say, it'll take some time, but the willingness on the U.S. side is a reflection of a sense of this kind of once-in-a-generation opportunity to really change where India is buying its arms from. And that, again, relates back directly to the shared China threat.
Right. Dr. Tara Kartha, your comments on this, the China role in this entire, close relationship developing between India and the US, though it's something that has taken several years to develop, but now more than ever. We do know that when the Prime Minister addresses the joint sitting of the Congress, that there are some members who are boycotting it because they feel, they're trying to highlight the issues of human rights in India and authoritarian move in India. So that aspect is something that some of the Democrats have also raised. But right now, Joe Biden, the presidency, their focus is on cultivating a close relationship with India.
On the China thing, yes, of course, it's important for us. I mean, to have a credible defense against China is vital. But, I would ground this visit more, in terms of the fact that we are now one of the fastest growing economies. We have a stable political, establishment. I mean, I don't see Narendra Modi going anywhere for the next 5 years at least. So there is a lot. We're looking at investment. We're looking at, easing unemployment in this country. And it is vital for both countries to sustain the economic growth. This is critical. I mean, if you look at the Jake Sullivan speech, which I think was brilliant, that is what he's emphasizing, that it has to bring the middle class in both countries. They have to get benefits. Our youth has to be employed. So the focus is that. I mean, just look at the content. The defense deals are fantastic. But you're also seeing that the shift here is the bringing in of private industry. The shift is bringing in of startups. We have got one of the largest startup areas in the country. We've got such amazing, and you should know that some of these startups have been, at least over the last 2 years, have been assisting US defense companies. So there's a lot of technology flow. And remember, this is where we are strong in terms of IT, in terms of, getting this startup base together and delivering on our economy. That is a very, very key focus. But China, yes, China, of course, and I'm assuming Beijing must be extremely unhappy to watch these scenes, on your screen. But that is not the primary focus. That's all I'm trying to say. There is a lot more than this. If you look, you saw the President Biden was even referring to the Quad. Many not all, but some of these initiatives are also replicated with Quad countries. So this is actually much larger. It's a huge endeavor. And I really have great hopes of this going forward in the coming years.
Right, absolutely. And, also what is very welcome when we know the talks are on and we're expecting an announcement on the H-1B visas and the opening up of new consulates. So that will be a huge thing for India, especially, given that we have so many of our NRIs working in the United States, and very welcome that they don't have to fly back to India and then have to renew their visas, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah. I mean, these are the things which get people excited, right? I mean, it matters to them in a day-to-day sphere to get more jobs. I mean, this initiative I said, for example, is going to bring universities together. It's going to bring talent together. It's technology-driven. And in terms of, in terms of aircraft manufacture, you should remember the Tatas are already into this in a big way. So we are coming up there in terms of getting our, we missed out on the whole industrial revolution, right? So we've got a lot of making up to do. So this is where it's at, and this is where we really, really need the US to be with us at this critical time. This is a moment of takeoff. Right. And so I'll stop there.
Right, and the US also, needs India in all these, big, if global pushes, if, even if it's technology, if it's climate change as well. Final word, Daniel Markey, what are you looking out for in this visit?
Well, I agree with all the points that were just made. As the United States contemplates a future of competition with China that's likely to stretch on into decades, India is the only country on earth that offers a scale that can match China, and now in terms of population is actually larger than China's. And that's something that Americans appreciate. They also know very well, and the point about visas was made earlier, that India is very rich in lots of important ways, including human talent. And in terms of building up the future economy and a technologically oriented economy, India is likely to be central to that. So in all those ways, there's a closeness and an importance attached to India here in the United States. You had asked earlier about questions of democracy and human rights and how that may play. And that's an important subtext here. And of course, all the news media here is focused on this question to some extent of how the Biden administration is balancing its rhetoric with respect to this visit between, on the one hand, a close and eager determination to improve a relationship with India as a partner, as a strategic partner, for reasons of interest and for all of these reasons of economic opportunity and so on. But on the other hand, an appreciation that there are dissenting voices and concerns about the trajectory of India's democracy in terms of human rights, freedom of the press, and so on. And so there's a close eye on how Biden is managing that balance. You saw that he's already been very clear about how democracy and these types of values are central to the reason why India is so attractive as a partner to the United States. And so I think he'll be continuing in his private conversations with Prime Minister Modi to express the centrality of these issues to the way that the American people and to the way that he and his administration see India and the importance that they attach to these issues. I don't think he wants it to be a critical or berating or lecturing approach to India. I don't think anybody thinks that's a good idea in terms of a state visit. But I do think that highlighting...
Yes, I think that's something the White House already said, that they'll not be lecturing, but, it may come up. Well, thank you both for joining us on the program as we continue to cover the Prime Minister's visit to the United States, this state visit, and currently bilateral talks taking place between Prime Minister Modi and President Joe Biden. We'll slip into a short break and return with more.
Co-presented by... Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show. but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
Because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides.
Welcome to Left, Right, and Center. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the program this evening. 6 major deals between India and the United States, either signed or about to be signed in what is being seen as a landmark visit. Certainly the most significant since India and the United States signed their civil nuclear deal. On this show, in just the next few minutes, we'll be joined by Ambassador John Bolton, who served as National Security Advisor of the United States from 2018 to 2019. We'll also be joined by some of India's finest diplomats who've served in the United States. But first up, here's a look at why today has been a truly landmark day in relations between India and the United States. We have done an $825 million semiconductor investment deal. There's a jet engine deal for jet engines to be made in India. An Indian astronaut will be on the space station. New consulates are being set up in each other's countries. Bengaluru and Ahmedabad for the United States and Seattle for India. H-1B visas will now be renewed in the United States. That is absolutely critical. And a deal worth maybe even up to $3.1 billion for MQ-9B drones will in fact be signed or be announced very soon. Now, there was a lot of pomp and pageantry at the White House. Remember, this is a state dinner. Let's just roll out some of those videos, some of those images of what we saw at the White House. President Biden and Prime Minister Modi went inside a little while back. They issued a statement, a remark each we're going to be playing that out. But very significantly, both sides, both leaders have decided that they're going to be looking at the entire gamut of the relationship between India and the United States. Before we go across to Ambassador Bolton, let's first listen in to what President Biden and Prime Minister Modi have had to say.
Prime Minister Modi, welcome back to the White House. The enduring ties and shared values between our people and the shared responsibility as global leaders to tackle the great issues of our time together. With your partnership, we've invigorated and elevated the Quad between the United States, India, Australia, and Japan to advance our vision of a free, open, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. Decades from now, people will look back and say the Quad bent the arc of history toward global good, as the Prime Minister describes it. We're proud Americans and Indians' heritage serve our country every day, including our Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Stories that define the relationship and the limitless possibilities between the United States and India. Two great nations, two great friends, two great powers that can define the course of the 21st century.
तो मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के मित्रतापूर्ण स्वागत और दीर्घ दृष्टिपूर्ण संबोधन के लिए उनका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। थैंक यू प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन फॉर योर फ्रेंडशिप। करीब 3 दशक पहले एक साधारण नागरिक के रूप में मैं अमेरिका यात्रा पर आया था और उस समय मैंने व्हाइट हाउस को बाहर से देखा था। प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद तो मैं स्वयं तो कई बार यहां पर आया हूं, लेकिन इतनी बड़ी संख्या में इंडियन अमेरिकन समुदाय के लिए व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार आज पहली बार खोले गए हैं। आप सब हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के समाज और व्यवस्थाएं लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों पर आधारित है। दोनों देशों के संविधान, उसके पहले 3 शब्द, और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने अभी जिसका उल्लेख किया, वी द पीपल, हम दोनों देश अपनी विविधता पर गर्व करते हैं। आज दोपहर को मुझे यूएस कांग्रेस को एक बार फिर से संबोधित करने का अवसर मिलेगा। इस सम्मान के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभारी हूं।
Well, joining us now, a very special guest, Ambassador John Bolton. Sir, thanks very much for being with us. The civil nuclear deal a couple of years back, in fact several years back, was seen to be a landmark deal between the United States and India. Do you believe that this is the most substantive meeting or state visit that's taken place since then?
Well, certainly in terms of the economic consequences, as you've been enumerating, this is a number of very significant steps forward. But of course, they also deal importantly on security questions, and I think have an additional importance for that reason. There's a lot to talk about here, many complicated issues, but I think these steps indicate the direction that we need to go in the future to deal with the challenges that both countries face. And you have to name it to understand it, the challenge of China. There are many other issues to cover as well, but that is a significant threat to peace and security in the Indo-Pacific. And I think that's what Congress wants to hear, the Prime Minister's views on that in particular.
So, Ambassador, you would say that it is that common security concern, which is obviously China, which is actually driving a lot of what we are seeing, specifically the jet engine deal. America has not transferred this sort of technology to any other country in the world. Is it driven by the fact that America needs India to be secure?
Well, I think that's right. I think it's really a joinder of the economic and the security, and I think that's the sort of thing we'd love to see because it draws the two countries closer together. We have common political structures, if we have more economic relations, common security interests, as the United States does with many countries around the world, I think that helps create stability in the region. There's no doubt about it.
Ambassador, you've seen the relationship from a strategic standpoint grow between India and the United States. In terms of China, how has that relationship really been beneficial for both nations?
Well, I think the threat that China poses, India has seen it in recent years more directly, I think, than any other country, with attacks along the line of actual control, threats to extend Chinese influence into Pakistan even more than it already is. Chinese efforts to map the floor of the Indian Ocean. They're not doing that to study the growths of coral. That's for strategic reasons. And these interests, I think, come together with others in the region, with Japan, with Australia, as you've mentioned already, in the Asian Security Quad. Nobody's looking for conflict here. Quite the contrary. I think these efforts to grow closer in security cooperation are to create structures that will deter Beijing from taking
belligerent action. That's what we really want. This is to help ensure peace and stability.
Could you talk us through the foundational agreements which have actually taken us to this step? Had those agreements not been there, then we wouldn't be looking at high-end technology transfer, and those foundational agreements, which you've looked through very, very closely in your own work, define the strategic relationship between our countries.
Yeah, look, this has been in process for some time. I mean, for many years, I don't need to tell you or your listeners, people saw the relationship with India as half of the India-Pakistan issue. I think 20 years ago, during the George W. Bush administration, we broke that nexus, that we could have clear discussions with India on issues we have in common. And I think there's been a steady growth in cooperation. And I think today, the most significant evidence of that cooperation to date. But I think what this shows is that this is not mere theater, as sometimes happens in international affairs. This shows the growing connection between the two countries for reasons that have their own merits, certainly on the economic side, but are propelled by events in the world, not the events we've undertaken, but threats that we have seen from others. And I think this is a good basis on the bilateral side, absolutely. But I think it says to others, look, we can cooperate, you can join us in cooperation, we can increase all of our prosperity and increase our security too.
But Ambassador, we've got differences as well. Russia, India has a very close relationship. Is there an acceptance in the United States that that relationship between New Delhi and Moscow isn't going to go away? It can't.
Well, I don't think it can go away in the short term, but I think this is a hard decision that faces India because in addition to the U.S.-India Russia relationship, and we've got the biggest land war in Europe going on because of Russian aggression against Ukraine, the fact is that the Beijing-Moscow axis is growing day by day. And in this new Sino-Russian alliance, unlike in the Cold War, China is the dominant partner. It's not Russia, not the Soviet Union, it's China that's the dominant partner. And it's very hard to imagine that India would want to allow itself to continue to have a significant dependence on Russia for sophisticated military weapon systems when Russia is growing closer to what I think the main danger to India and the United States is, that is to say, China. So this is a complexity. I think the two leaders will certainly be talking about that, because if you look for greater security cooperation, one thing we've learned over the years is that interoperability of weapon systems, compatibility, communications among them are critical to effective security. And when you have the Russians supplying both China and India, when China represents the main threat, that's a real problem to deal with.
And yet, Ambassador, the heart of the Indian military setup is essentially Russian at one level. More than 300 T-90 tanks, close to 270 Sukhoi 30 fighters. Even if there was a will to move away from Russian weaponry to perhaps better quality American weaponry or made in India weaponry, it realistically can't happen because it's simply unaffordable at the scale that India needs it, which is a practical reason why I would suggest that not even in the medium term would India and Russia move away from each other from a military relationship.
Well, I think it's going to take time. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think you're right. Obviously, time and money are closely related here, but it's looking at the long-term trajectory going forward. I don't think there's any reason why India's own capacity in the military space should not be expanding. That way, you won't have to be dependent on Russia. You're certainly welcome to buy American arms, but you could manufacture your own. There are companies in Europe that produce good weapon systems as well. I think it's the making a strategic decision that to deal with the main threat, which is where I think India's military sees it coming from China, you don't want to be dependent on somebody that may act at the direction of Beijing in time of a crisis. This is something new. Look, this has just been developing. We've seen Xi Jinping's recent visit to Moscow, which I think cemented the axis in place. And that's a change in strategy of tectonic proportions. So India's long-term reliance on Russia for strategic weapons, you can see the history, you can understand it. but history moves in a lot of different ways, and China's moves on Russia, I think, have presented a new strategic dilemma that can be solved by growing closer to the U.S., by increased capacity in India, and looking to other suppliers as well.
Ambassador, the other point of difference, of course, is India's import of oil from Russia. It's not that India doesn't have close relations with Ukraine. We obviously do, and it's not because we are oblivious to what the West has to say about the import of Russian oil. The fact of the matter is that India we have our own requirements. It's a huge economy. It's a huge population. Energy prices are expensive, and we are getting a good deal over here. So in our national interest, the argument which is raised is that, look, we just have to go ahead and do this. America doesn't accept that argument, but isn't it again a pragmatic decision being taken by New Delhi?
Well, again, perhaps in the short term, but consider the longer term implications. What's at stake in Ukraine is an act of unprovoked aggression by Russia. This is something that we've certainly been imperfect in our concern about it over the years, but it's one reason we stood with Kuwait when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in another act of unprovoked aggression. It's why we stand with Ukraine. So I think India should be looking to find alternative sources of energy. Again, that doesn't happen overnight, but from the U.S., from the Middle East, much closer, much more secure than oil and gas supplies from Russia. I think that's something we should be looking at very carefully. And again, I hope the two leaders are talking about that.
A final question. President Biden just a little while back said that he intended to speak with Prime Minister Modi on an entire gamut of issues, which included the issue of human rights and democracy in a larger sense. Now, obviously, there are differences between India and the United States. It's become a prickly issue at some levels. But do you believe that both sides have the maturity to sort of deal with these differences without sort of talking down to each other?
Well, I certainly hope so. I think it's something that two friends can talk about and discuss. All I'd say is comparing the U.S. system, the India system, with the alternatives of China and Russia, we may have some issues between us, but we've got a lot more in common than we do with the other two countries.
All right, Ambassador Bolton, wonderful speaking to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. One of the other really important deals which has been signed this time around is an understanding that a leading American semiconductor company, and we're going to be telling you all about that, is going to be investing $825 million in India, and that's just a start. In as much as we talk about the strategic relationship, we do need to talk about the importance of the semiconductor deal. So as we get ready to talk to our panelists over here and my colleague Maha Siddiqui, let's bring you the details of why that semiconductor investment in India is so important. Phones, in our cars, in our laptops, in every sensor, in pretty much all modern electronic items, from the most basic workplace appliance to the most advanced ballistic missile submarines. We take semiconductors for granted, which we shouldn't, because they are extremely hard to get and harder still to manufacture, which is why India's tryst with world-class semiconductor manufacture has to begin now, at scale, for our future economic growth, and that's one key deal that the Prime Minister is looking at during this visit to the United States.
Back in the old days, computers were huge, made up of tubes and dials. They were fragile, they used huge amounts of electricity. Semiconductor chips replaced these tubes. Machines became smaller, more efficient, sleeker, way more powerful. The industries that rely most on semiconductors are computing, microprocessors and graphic processing units in your computer, for example, telecommunications, the 5G device on your phone and your phone's display, household appliances, the temperature control in your air conditioner, for example, banking, digital accounting, cloud platforms, security, the CCTV camera in your home, healthcare, pacemakers and monitors in hospitals and elsewhere, and transportation, engine control systems for cars, and the GPS maps that you use, also the manufacturing sector.
Now here is the problem for us in India. Our demand is huge and growing, but we lag in the semiconductor fabrication or FAB manufacture. We have a weak semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem. China had been a top exporter of semiconductors to India, which is problematic since a denial regime or a slowdown in such exports can be weaponized, which is why India wants to make semiconductors for India and the world right here in our country.
Statistics till 2021 showed that China was the top exporter of semiconductors to India, followed by Hong Kong and then Vietnam. To get over the dependence on China and a handful of East Asian nations, in December 2021, the government cleared a whopping $10 billion package to boost the semiconductor industry. India needs a host of superconductor chips of different types to make India a global hub for electronics manufacturing. That manufacturing at the moment is dominated by just a handful of companies around the world. The Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, Intel, Qualcomm, Broadcom, and finally Micron.
In fact, it's Micron and another American company, Applied Materials, that the Prime Minister has invited to boost semiconductor manufacturing in India during his visit to the United States.
Micron is a global leader in memory and storage, and we are a supplier for memory and storage in all end markets, from data centers to smartphones to PCs, and today really fueling the AI engine as well. So we are excited about the opportunities that exist for the future of memory and storage. And again, congratulations to Prime Minister Modi on his excellent visit.
Micron's investment in India comes at a time when India's demand is projected to explode. According to the India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, the India market will touch $64 billion by 2026. That's 3 times the 2019 size of $22.7 billion. In addition to Micron, Vedanta and Foxconn have also signed an MOU with the Gujarat government to invest 1.5 lakh crore rupees to set up a semiconductor and display manufacturing plant in India. But the deal is yet to progress. India, it seems, is keen to step up ties with the US on semiconductors, signing an agreement to establish semiconductor supply chains under the framework of the Indo-US Commercial Dialogue. The future of manufacturing for India's digital economy depends closely on how this works out. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Well, joining us now, Ambassador Syed Akbaruddin, Ambassador Meera Shankar and Michael Kugelman. I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. Ambassador Akbaruddin, let's talk a little bit about semiconductors first. It's obviously important for our digital economy, particularly digital manufacturing in our economy, but it also perhaps needs to be looked at, would you agree, from a China standpoint. China has been the largest exporter of semiconductors to India. That's something that could be weaponized if they were to deny us supply. With India investing, with the US investing in India now, how is this a real opportunity for us from overcoming that dependence?
So Vishnu, you're right that we live in a world of geopolitics. That's the reality. Having said that, terminologies such as chip choking, friendshoring have become commonplace now.
True.
So if we are being provided opportunities for friendshoring, it's a good thing. The US says that it wants to build a small yard with high fences. So if the fences are opening, if we are part of the yard, it's good for us. Now, I take the point that there is a China impulse, but I think it's rather unfair to reduce India-US relations to a single point of focus. There are many more imperatives in our engagement with the US that are China agnostic. India needs technology, India needs investment, India needs skills. India has a diaspora connect with the USA. All these are China agnostic. By that I mean, whether there was China or not, we would still try and engage and gain a better relationship with the US. So yes, there is a China impulse, but it's a broader expanse, and we need to look at it in that, acknowledging that geopolitics will play a role, and it's a good opportunity for India to use the geopolitical situation to gain.
Ambassador Meera Shankar, what in your mind is the biggest takeaway from this visit?
Look, I think it's high in protocol, but also high promises to be high in substance. You have the GE-HAL deal for the F414 engine, and for the first time, the US is willing to set up a joint manufacturing facility in India and also to share technology. So that marks a significant advance on the nature of the defense cooperation that we have had with the US so far. As far as the semiconductor deal is concerned, and which you were talking about, I think India has an ecosystem which could actually be conducive to this, not in terms of manufacturing, but we are probably the biggest chip designer for different companies in the world. And we also promise to be a huge market for semiconductors in the future. So if you take a look at these two aspects, then the one missing link is the manufacturing capacity. And there, I think the first step is this Micron investment, which from what I see is looking at packaging or encasing and testing. So it's not the actual chip itself, but the final step. And but it's a first step. And then you have an agreement for training, I think, a very large number of engineers in semiconductors and other advanced technologies. So I think that, first steps are being taken. But looking beyond semiconductors, I would say this whole initiative for critical and emerging technologies, which promises to create or provides a framework for creating an ecosystem which brings together not just businesses in the two countries, but universities, research laboratories, academia, to work together in these frontier technologies of semiconductors, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, telecommunications, and space. I think that holds great promise if we are able to make sure that there are concrete proposals which are developed under this framework. There's a lot of enthusiasm, but the challenge is going to be to concretize this because it's very, very promising for the future.
Right.
If you see the US, they are seeking to reorder, in a sense, the global economy. The heyday of free market trade is over, globalization is over, and they are looking to de-risk from China and to friendshoring. And I think a lot of that investment has gone to Vietnam or to Mexico. Not much has come to India, though a beginning has been made with this Apple and Foxconn investment in India. Now we need to accelerate that because India has the capacity, both the technical capacity, and it is going to be a huge market.
Ambassador, that's lots of important points. I just want to keep the ball rolling. I'll come back to you in a moment. Michael Kugelman, the other aspect of this, of course, is Prime Minister Modi speaking in the US Congress joint session for the second time. No Indian Prime Minister has done that. What does this signify?
Well, indeed, it's extremely unusual for a foreign leader to give two joint addresses to Congress during their term. It's quite remarkable. And I think a lot of people will be watching what Modi says on a number of issues, certainly Russia. We know that the U.S. and India do not necessarily see eye to eye on that matter. And I think that we can expect the Prime Minister perhaps to repeat what has become a mantra for him that's been received very well here in Washington on bipartisan levels, and that is that this is not an era of war. Now, if you look back at his last address to Congress in 2016, what struck me was how he was very careful to include a lot of references to popular culture in the U.S. Abraham Lincoln, baseball, things like that. And I think we'll see more of that for sure. But no, it's very significant, and I think that you're going to have a very strong turnout. Just about all elected, the current membership in Congress, a significant majority will be there. I know there have been some high-profile folks that have said that they're going to sit it out, but I think the fact that you're going to have such a strong showing from both Democrats and Republicans, that's concrete evidence of just how strong the multi-partisan support is for this relationship. And I know it's similar in India as well.
Ambassador Akbaruddin, despite this, there are concerns which have been expressed in the US administration, for example, on press freedoms in India, religious freedoms in India. Barack Obama, in an interview to CNN in just the last little while, has referred to his concerns and something that he said that he would have expressed to Prime Minister Modi if he met him. How would India look at these concerns? Should they be raised by President Biden? Because I believe they will be raised. That's what Mr. Biden said just as the two leaders were about to start speaking.
So Vishnu, any issue can be raised among two nations if there is a degree of trust and level of comfort. If the US and India are now in that state where they can exchange respectfully views on different issues, I'm certain it should not be a problem because it's not a one-sided dialogue. There are issues that India could raise to, not which are fundamental to the relationship, but which cause concern in India too. Hate crimes against Indians, how the US abandoned Afghanistan and we are now struggling to come to terms with it. F-16's refurbishment to Pakistan. These are all issues where we diverge. That's all right. We can respectfully raise our concerns. We have different historical experiences. They have different historical experiences. And I don't think we need to worry too much about it. We have a case to put forth. And should this be raised, I'm certain our leaders as well as our permanent civil servants will be able to explain our views forthrightly, candidly, and confidently.
Richard Rosso, Chair in the US-India Policy Studies Group at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, with us as well. Mr. Rosso, thanks very much for being with us. You know, we've been talking so much about the strategic aspect of this relationship, and I don't think I've spent enough time talking about the diaspora, talking about the needs of Indians in the United States. One of the biggest requirements was H-1B visa renewal. Now, it's something which seems to be common sense. Why would Indians need to travel back to India to get an H-1B visa renewal? Finally now, after years and years and years, America seems to accept that argument. So H-1B visa renewals might in fact take place in the United States alone. But it's steps like this which actually get to the core of what people in both countries need. Because at the end of the day, the relationship is between people, right?
It is. That's been fundamental. You know, we've had ups and downs on the commercial relationship, ups and downs on the strategic relationship, but people-to-people ties have been there throughout. A lot of Americans living in rural United States, the first person of Indian origin they might meet is a local doctor that came out through a visa program that brings medical professionals out for underserved communities in the United States. Technology workers, students at universities. And it sounds like today's joint statement in the summit is going to have a lot of emphasis and focus in terms of trying to unravel some of the tricky parts, expediting getting appointments in India, making sure that we've got more staff out there. It's a lot of good things teeing up, I think, in an area that has been the underpinning of the relationship, and I think we can do more in.
Mr. Rosso, in terms of another aspect of this deal that's important, and I'll ask Michael this question as well, the jet engine transfer deal, quite besides the strategic implications, I think it's a very strong business transaction because it helps establish an aerospace ecosystem in India that could easily translate into many thousands of jobs. Now that's important, and I'll tell you why, because Air India just signed that landmark deal which is going to result in thousands of jobs in America. And now you've got this deal which is going to translate into thousands of jobs in India, both aerospace. It's phenomenal. It's so interconnected in a sense.
Yeah, you know, the significance of the jet engine deal, there's another reason as well. I think a lot of folks that have been working on the India relationship for a long period of time in the U.S. government, they've thrown a lot of ideas at the wall in times past, and sometimes even ideas we thought were pretty self-obvious just couldn't stick. Jet engine, they came up as a working group when President Obama visited India during Republic Day in 2015. They had a working group established, they met, they just couldn't find any way to unlock a joint venture that would result in real credible technology transfer and the development of a new version of it. So it kind of gave up. We brought it up again, and 4 months later, it sounds like we're on the cusp of having an agreement announced. So I think for some American officials that feel that even the big ideas they put forward before, India wouldn't respond to. Things are happening faster than ever. And nothing is more proof of the fact that things are different, the ability to get big things done, than the jet engine deal. So jobs are great, transfer of technology is great, but it's a significant marker in showing things not possible just a decade ago move really fast now.
You know, Michael, there's another aspect of this relationship which is so interesting. It's the cooperation in space. It is very substantive because there's going to be an Indian in the International Space Station in 2024. That could be a low-hanging fruit in a sense. Our relationship has been very close. It was perhaps just a matter of time. But India signing on to the Artemis agreement, which is something which NASA has been speaking about the peaceful use of outer space, is again something which has China in mind, or Russia in mind as well, from an American standpoint. America wants India onto a brigade of countries which follows certain rules in space in as much as they do in, say, the Indo-Pacific region.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm glad you brought up the Artemis Accords. I mean, we've talked about all the big ticket announcements we could expect to hear in the next few hours, but the Artemis Accords one is particularly significant because many, including myself, I should admit, didn't necessarily expect India to join or for that announcement to be made during this visit. Really significant. And I think it highlights just how multifaceted this relationship has become when you look at the list of the headline generating deals. You've got defense deals, you've got tech deals, the Micron announcement, and then of course you got the space thing with India joining the Artemis Accords. So absolutely, I'm not sure I'd use the term brigades to refer to the but I think the general idea is indeed for the U.S. to be building coalitions of like-minded partners. And this I think goes back to one of the Biden administration's fundamental foreign policy goals from the day it took office, was to really strengthen U.S. leadership and restore alliances and partnerships that, in the Biden administration's view, had suffered during the Trump era. And there's been limited success with that in terms of gathering support to counter China, and certainly in terms of gathering support from countries to take a stronger stand against Russia. But I think that here we are seeing evidence that with India, so much success and progress being made in terms of how the two countries are starting to agree to partner on so many levels to counter this China challenge. And going back to the Micron deal, so important because we all know that one of there's a strategic element there. The goal is to better integrate India into diversifying global supply chains, particularly for critical and emerging technologies. And that Micron deal could really move the needle forward in a big way in that regard. So just, I think good news all around in that regard.
All right, good news all around. Truly, this relationship has gone to the next level. Thank you all very much for being with us. We're going to keep tracking this particular state visit of the Indian Prime Minister to the United States, but that's after this short break.
"23 years of the big fight." This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
Because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise,
welcome back. You're watching Left, Right and Centre. Throughout this week, we've been tracking this all-important state visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the United States. Today has been a day when so much has been looked at. About 5 to 6 important deals. The 6th one is the deal for drones. It's not yet been announced, but perhaps it will be sooner than later. Joining us now to discuss one very important aspect of the deal, the likelihood of an Indian being in space on the US space station, perhaps even next year. And then India as part of the Artemis process. That's something that the United States and NASA are championing. Two wonderful people and close friends, Dr. Amitabh Ghosh and Pallav Bagla. Amitabh, let me come to you first. Let's talk about Artemis, because I think a lot of people want to know about the space station, so we'll keep them hanging for a little while. Let's talk about Artemis, because it is so important for the future of our relationship in space.
Right. So, what is Artemis? So the last 20 years, you have been seeing the space station. So the space station has been the kind of platform to do experiments in space, right? Yes. And so that is about to shift in the next 5 years. And that platform will change from, the space station is about 250 miles from Earth. This will become the moon. So the US is going back to the moon. It's the Artemis program. The first flight of the Space Launch System, or SLS, has already happened. The next will happen where astronauts will go around the moon and come back sometime next year. And then finally, there'll be boots on the ground. So it's a huge deal. Like SpaceX is doing the lander, and Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin is doing another lander, and there's the Space Launch System. So, you can think of the 1960s, the 70s of the Apollo program. So the moon is going to be the next frontier. Blue Origins is going to try to bring up base, set up a base there. This is going to be a huge project like the International Space Station. So you need international partners come together with a legal framework and in an engagement mechanism. What type of engagement? Why is it even necessary? So there has to be interoperability of various engineering systems so that they can work with each other. Then there has to be some sort of agreement of this is how you're going to, say, previous landing sites, resource utilization, usage of land on the moon. All these very important factors, there has to be some sort of an agreement. So what is the Artemis Accords? It is kind of, before you get engaged in this huge project, you kind of are agreeing to the legal framework. That's why it's so very important. If you kind of don't see eye to eye, then it's tougher to come on board as a partner. So the fact that India is signing on is very good. But afterwards, what is the exact collaboration? That is still, unknown.
It's yet to be seen. Pallav, it's interesting that we likely have an India on the International Space Station because we are pursuing our space exploration dreams with two partners. Russia, which has been involved, for example, in the training of Indian astronauts whenever the Gaganyaan program actually happens, and now we will obviously be training with NASA as well. So keeping our options open, also our friendships alive.
Oh, certainly. See, if an Indian goes to the International Space Station on an American spaceship, I think it is going to help both countries. It is largely all about optics between the two countries and the friendship which is being shown. Remember, it was in 1963 when the first rocket which was launched from India was an American rocket. Relations soured in between, but then now relations are picking up again after 60 years. And in between, we also had the Chandrayaan-1 mission, which was a sterling collaboration between India and the US. India was the captain and others were partners. And now, if an Indian can go to the International Space Station, it'll be useful, but one will have to wait and watch as to what kind of science an Indian could do there. India already has its Gaganyaan program, which is to launch an Indian astronaut from Indian soil on an Indian rocket, and that is likely to happen in 2024 in a low Earth orbit. But to go to the International Space Station and also be part of the Artemis program, I think it's an interesting development, but we'll have to wait and watch and see what the nitty-gritty and the fine details are.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank you both very much for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this very important aspect of the relationship. Thank you very much indeed. What I'm going to do right now is go back to a little bit of the imagery, the pomp and the pageantry that we've actually seen outside the White House today, and to just apprise our viewers of what's going to happen next. So lots of celebrations outside the White House. The national anthems of both sides played. There was a military parade as well. This is all associated with a state visit. It is very rare. It's a rare honor. It's not happened too often. It's happened on a few occasions to Indian prime ministers in the past. But the first state visit accorded to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But this is the second time that Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the US Congress. When is that happening? It's happening in the early hours of the morning. We'll try and give you an update of the exact time. But I think what we will tell you or share with you is what comes up at about 10 p.m. tonight. That is when Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Joe Biden, after their bilateral talks, which is taking place now, will be addressing the media. Now, Prime Minister Modi doesn't address the media very much. However, on this occasion, he will be taking a couple of questions, perhaps just one question for Biden, one for Modi. But that should actually be, I mean, it's important because in a sense, there is an expectation that they would be able to summarize what aspects of the deal, of the deals that have been spoken about for the last couple of weeks have been looked at very seriously and are likely going through. But there will be a joint statement as well. Then, of course, later on in the early hours of the morning over here, but in the evening in the United States, towards the afternoon, in fact, in the United States, is when the Prime Minister will be going to the US Congress to make his address over there. So all very important developments. I would tell you that one of the important deals which has been signed or will be eventually signed between India and the United States is the deal for jet engine technology to be manufactured in India. It's important because, as we've explained, the jet engine technology is in fact the holy grail of aviation technology. Very few countries have it, and with India getting it, it really does open up an ecosystem in aerospace in India. Take a look.
Jet engine technology, widely considered the holy grail of civil and military aviation. This is the General Electric GE F414 engine, a cutting-edge jet engine that powers the F-A-18 Hornet, the US Navy's go-to fighter. This engine may now be produced by General Electric in India. In a multi-billion-dollar deal with Hindustan Aeronautics, with reports suggesting that America is willing to transfer key technology worth up to 80% of the value of the deal. It would power the LCA Mark II
an advanced variant of the Made in India Tejas fighter that you see here. The United States has never allowed the transfer of this level of technology to anyone. State-of-the-art jet engines include components which are deeply intellectual property rights protected, with manufacturing processes that are top secret. The technology that India may get includes coating and machining of single crystal turbine blades. What exactly are we talking about? Consider this. Manufacturing components of jet engine turbines has always been a massive engineering challenge through the history of aviation. Jet turbines need to retain their shape, their strength, and their efficiency at temperatures up to 2000 degrees centigrade. Metal alloys used in older jet engines using conventional manufacturing techniques failed at the highest temperatures. They lost their thermal efficiency, which is why a handful of companies began to develop what they call single crystal turbine airfoils. Through profound chemical engineering of superalloys, single crystal turbine airfoils are able to achieve 3 times more engine life protection against corrosion resistance. Far, far lower overall weight. It's a lighter engine. A higher melting point temperature. This is absolutely critical. And massive engine life, much more than usual, up to 25,000 hours before an overhaul takes place. For India, the deal will mean that GE will open shop in India in partnership with HAL at a new plant to introduce the manufacturing processes required to build not just single crystal turbine blades, but also other key components, including laser drilling for combustion, machining of powder metallurgy, and the manufacture of compression discs and blades. The GE 414 IN-6 engine, when it's built in India, will power not just India's indigenous Tejas Mark II fighter, but also the futuristic AMCA, or Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, a stealth fighter. For the Indian Air Force, this will mean reliable and long-lasting jet engines. Russian engines in the past frequently needed an overhaul at a few hundred hours. Now you have engines which can be overhauled after several thousand hours. Engines which are lighter, more powerful, much more fuel efficient, and with the potential to be upgraded for future use. The benefits of all of this will be transformational for the Indian Armed Forces. Vishnu Shom for NDTV. All right, so in terms of what we expect for the remainder of this evening, 10 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. That's starting in about 10 minutes from now. If they stick to schedule, that's a little bit of an if. There'll be a joint press statement, and then they're expected to take a couple of questions. Then later on, 12:15 a.m., early hours of tomorrow, to 2:40 a.m., Prime Minister Modi's address to the joint sitting of the U.S. Congress. And finally, 4 a.m. in the morning, but evening in the United States is when that state dinner at the White House will be taking place. So that's what's going to be happening over the next couple of hours. I can tell you that the Prime Minister will be having a meal rich in millets, and that's something that the US has looked at very, very closely indeed. So it's going to be quite interesting. Let's just try and see if we can get a few more details about what the Prime Minister will actually be eating. So I've actually got the menu. So bear with me as we go through this. Prime Minister Narendra Modi at dinner with the US President is going to be offered marinated millet and grilled corn kernel salad. Compressed watermelon and tangy avocado sauce would accompany that. There would be stuffed portobello mushrooms with a creamy saffron-infused risotto. Upon request, there is a non-veg option, which is a sumac roasted sea bass with lemon dill yogurt sauce and crisp millet cakes and summer squashes. It sounds delicious, absolutely. And finally, for dessert, rose and cardamom infused strawberry shortcake. That's what the Prime Minister will be offered. But that's going to be many hours from now. But those important remarks, joint statement, that is expected. Let's see when it starts. That's coming up. Do stay tuned.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
Because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable.
All right, so let's get to the latest on the Prime Minister's state visit to the US. And currently, Prime Minister Modi and President Joe Biden are conducting the bilateral talks. And this is the second day of the Prime Minister's state visit. He's on a 3-day visit to the US. And you saw that grand welcome that he was given as he arrived at the White House earlier today ahead of the talks. He was welcomed with a 19-gun salute and playing of the national anthems of both countries at the South Lawns of the White House. We also saw lots of Indian Americans and NRIs there. Joe Biden, in his opening remarks or his remarks to the public at that time when he greeted Prime Minister Modi, he said that India and the US can shape the course of the 21st century, and he noted the US and India are working closely on a range of critical issues including healthcare, climate change, and challenges arising from Russia's aggression towards Ukraine. He also acknowledged the importance of religious freedom as a core principle of both nations. Now, both leaders are holding a one-on-one meeting, and then there will be delegation-level talks. Later today, the Prime Minister will also address a joint sitting of the US Congress, which is a rare honor. It's the second time that he will be addressing a joint sitting of the Congress. Already, there have been several big-ticket announcements made earlier today, from defense cooperation to space to visas and consulates as well. Well, to talk more about the Prime Minister's visit, let's go across now to VOA White House Bureau Chief Patsy Vidakuswara, who joins us. Thank you so much, Patsy, for joining us there. So it's been quite the welcome for the Prime Minister, and a lot of pomp and show as he was greeted there at the White House, and he spoke about the greeting. But now they've gotten down to business, and the talks are taking place. Take us through what's expected at these at the talks that are underway right now in the White House.
So most of the points discussed by the Prime Minister and the President have already been pretty much,
yesterday by senior administration officials, who just gave us a long list of initiatives that the U.S. and India will announce today.
India will announce today, or have announced today, as you mentioned, some cooperation in space. This is Indian and U.S. astronauts leading together a space exploration in 2024. There's also a new initiative to invite Indian skilled leaders over to the U.S. under the special visa. This is an expansive program. And there's, of course, the defense deals with the Predator drone purchased by India, as well as General Electric supporting Indian manufacturing capacity to produce jet engines for your jets. Now, of course, all of this is designed to support U.S. interests, in this case, geopolitical interests in terms of helping India become a strong power to project power in the Indo-Pacific as a counterbalance against China, as well as to wean off India of Russian weaponry. As we know, there's, I think, still 45% of Indian imports of weapons come from Russia. This is already a decline, according to the Stockholm Institute of Peace Research, or SIPRI, a decline from 10 years ago, but it's still significant, and this is something that the U.S. is concerned about particularly in the context of the war in Ukraine. But as you can see, in terms of welcoming, it was a very full of pageantry and pomp, not just from the White House side, but also from the Indian diaspora. The White House tells me that they have invited around 7,000 Indian diaspora. And of course, one of them, the very famous one, Vice President Kamala Harris, was also there to welcome the Prime Minister.
That's right. Now, tell us a little bit about how this visit is being reported there in the United States. The Prime Minister is also going to be addressing the joint sitting of the Congress. And we do know, however, that some members of the Senate and House are also boycotting this address. And there was a letter also sent over several concerns that they had regarding India and Prime Minister Modi.
Yeah, so the concern is mostly resting around the issue of human rights, right? I mean, this is the Indian leader who is given this very warm welcome, White House red carpet. Not too long ago, less than 20 years ago, in 2005, he was denied a visa for entry to the U.S. because of allegations over, religious violence. So this is a concern. Many members of Congress, particularly from the Democrat side, feel that Prime Minister Modi has not done enough in terms of supporting human rights in his own country, in the way he treats political opponents, for example, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, and so on. But the White House has made it clear that even though they try to bring up the issue of human rights whenever they can, but in this particular relationship, on this particular visit, there are much larger geostrategic interests, including what we have mentioned, maintaining a counterbalance to China, as well as trying to lure India closer to the West camp in terms of dealing with Russia. So yeah, human rights is not going to be the main thing. So as far as the way American media has been covering this visit, other than the issue of human rights, which becomes like, a second note almost, I think so many stories is how Prime Minister Modi is being treated like President Biden's new best friend, because the two of them have issues with Xi Jinping. That's kind of like the main story here in Washington, D.C. A recognition that India is a rising power, a recognition that India wants to become a bridge between East and West and North and South, a recognition that India will host the G20 summit, and that the G7 countries who just met in May in Hiroshima really want to be able to transfer their agenda, their concerns from Hiroshima and G7 towards the G20 summit in New Delhi in September. And one of the key issues is whether or not President Putin will be invited or will attend.
All right, Patsy, thank you so much for joining us there with the latest and with the highlights so far. Well, let's go across to NDTV's Maha Siddiqui also, who joins us from Washington, from outside the White House. And Maha, so tell us what's happening right now. We saw that grand welcome. We saw the opening statements of both the leaders made there on the podium. And now they've gotten down to the business part of it.
And before getting down to the bilateral talks, Gargi, both Prime Minister Modi and President Biden made those opening statements at the Oval Office, where most of us were present. And in the Oval Office, they spoke about a range of issues that they will discuss, starting from the geopolitical situation, which in turn dovetails into security as well as defense sector. Then they spoke about tech sector. And tech sector is something that President Biden spoke about, in fact, twice. He spoke about it in the Oval Office as key areas of cooperation required between the two sides. And he also spoke about it when he was making the speech in the South Lawn during the reception. He said that tech partnership has to be trusted, it has to be safe, secure. And I think that really defines this entire meeting this time around. Why is there this forging of closer ties between India and the United States? This is clearly with an eye on China, which is emerging as a common threat to both India and the United States, and especially in the Indo-Pacific. The aggression of the Chinese side is leading India and US to forge closer ties. And Prime Minister Modi also said that the current geopolitical situation requires the two countries to come together. So apart from defense and technology, the other issues, the other sectors that were mentioned of primary importance that will be discussed between the two sides largely revolved around areas of democracy as well. A commonality between the two sides, the oldest and the largest democracies of the world, the values, the common values that they both have. So President Biden also mentioned with democracy, human rights. He said he will be discussing that issue that will come up for discussion between the two sides. Space is another sector that was very specifically mentioned by President Biden. And we do understand that an MOU is likely, which will in fact pave the way for a human flight with an Indian astronaut as well, and this could be as early as next year, 2024, 2025. That is the kind of timeline we are getting. This is under the Armistice Accord, which India could be on board. So these are primarily the areas that they have both underlined. But of course, during the speeches at the reception, both sides also mentioned the people-to-people issues, it is the Indian-American community, why it is so vital for the two sides, how they've made contributions vital to America. So we are expecting, as we have already reported, some issues related to visas that would be announced during the statements when both Prime Minister Modi and President Biden, after the Oval Office meeting, then come out for press briefing. In fact, both of them will not just address the press but also take questions, is what we have been doing.
Right, one question each. We believe one by an Indian journalist and one by an American journalist. Maha, so yes, all day we've been talking about the mega deals that are in the offing, and in the sectors of space and technology, defense, also the visas as well. But also tell our viewers what else is expected through the day. And behind you, there's also going to be the state dinner for which a lot of preparations have been made.
Well, absolutely, and the dinner will be held outside as well, just like the reception. But the difference is that because a large number of people were invited for that reception, about 4,000 to 5,000 Indians, largely Indian American community over here in the morning. In the evening, the numbers will be restricted. They can't accommodate anything beyond between 250 to 400. So I suppose the list will extend only up till 400 and no more. But even that kind of capacity, as we've been told, in the White House, and the White House is right behind me there. We are in the premises because soon we will be taken inside for the press briefing. The White House does not have a room large enough to accommodate so many people for a sit-down formal dinner. So it will also be held outside in the lawns, but this will be an area that will be covered by a tent. The Prime Minister will be entering this evening as a guest, and then he will be introduced to the other guests, those who are invited for the dinner by the White House. And after which they will then step out, and the main part of any dinner is eating, and that will begin. Now there's a large amount of vegetarian fare because Prime Minister Modi, an Indian Prime Minister, is here. We were told before Jill Biden yesterday, in fact, gave a glimpse of what the menu and what the state dinner is going to look like. That largely, whenever a country invites another country for a state visit, for instance, in US invites India, then the country from where the guest comes, the cuisine from that country is included in the menu for sure. And yes, that is why we are seeing vegetarian fare, and it will have an Indian touch tone to it as well. So this is the general norm. The state dinner can last many hours. We were told that when the South Korean president was here, The dinner started at 6:30 p.m. and went up till 1 a.m. And we also saw the visuals of that going viral when he sang the American Pie. So it can stretch up to that time. However, for the moment, a rough bracket of about 4 to 4.5 hours for that dinner has been slotted. But before that, the Prime Minister will also make his address to the joint session of the Congress, which will start right after the press briefing ends here.
Right, and Maha, as you were saying, the presence of China in this relationship, and China will be watching very closely what's happening here during this meeting. It's interesting that just a short while ago, Secretary of State Blinken was in China trying to mend that relationship. But just as he came back, then you had the President Biden call Xi Jinping, a dictator. So that was something that, set that whole tone off. But really, both nations, China playing a big concern for them. Also, the defense deals, seen as a way of weaning India off dependence on Russia.
That's right. And it's not just a way of weaning India per se away from Russia, but there has been pressure on India for a very long time. And this is not related to the Ukraine war. This has been happening over the past quite a few years. I can tell you that there has been pressure on India to diversify its, defense market, of it taking or buying equipment from other countries as well. India has also tried doing that. So that India is now dealing with France, with Israel, with US in a big way as far as defense equipment is concerned. But India believes that it's now the time for Make in India, for Atmanirbharta, that the defense equipments, India should be self-sufficient in that. And that is why the issue of technology transfer becomes very important. What we are expecting here and why particularly this GE jet engines HAL deal is being considered very vital is because if announced today, finally, in a short while from now, if it is a joint production, will it lead to specifically technology transfer to India? That is something that we're all watching out for. If that is underlined, this will really be a big step forward because that is what India has been asking for. And so far, India hasn't been getting that. So even though India has increased its basket of buying from various other quarters, not just Russia, also currently because of the ongoing Ukraine war, there is a crisis in being able to procure from Russia as well defense equipment. India has had an S-400 deal with Russia. But after the first supplies, which was before the Ukraine war started, the supplies have been delayed. So yes, there is a realization one cannot put all eggs in one basket, so to speak. It has been diversified. But the idea on the bottom line, really, as far as defense is concerned, self-reliance, self-sufficiency, and being self-sufficient, and therefore technology transfer, joint and co-production is the thrust of any relationship now.
All right, Maha, thanks so much for joining us there. And, of course, looking forward to your continued coverage from there, getting us all the latest developments. So really right now that those talks are underway, as Maha was telling us, and the Prime Minister's first state visit is aimed at further strengthening the growing Indo-US strategic relations, as we said already, in areas like defense, space, clean energy and advanced technology. Now, a big push for Make in India during this visit. The Prime Minister has invited Micron Technology, a prominent American chip maker, to set up an assembly plant in the country. The Micron Semiconductor test assembly plant will come up in Gujarat and it will involve a total investment of $2.75 billion. And why is this so key and why is this so important? Here's a report.
They're everywhere, in our phones, in our cars, in our laptops, in every sensor, in pretty much all modern electronic items, from the most basic workplace appliance to the most advanced ballistic missile submarines. We take semiconductors for granted, which we shouldn't, because they are extremely hard to get and harder still to manufacture, which is why India's tryst with world-class semiconductor manufacture has to begin now, at scale, for our future economic growth. And that's one key deal that the Prime Minister is looking at during this visit to the United States.
Back in the old days, computers were huge, made up of tubes and dials. They were fragile. They used huge amounts of electricity. Semiconductor chips replaced these tubes. Machines became smaller, more efficient, sleeker, way more powerful. The industries that rely most on semiconductors are computing, microprocessors and graphic processing units in your computer, for example, telecommunications, the 5G device on your phone and your phone's display, household appliances, the temperature control in your air conditioner, for example, banking, digital accounting, cloud platforms, security, the CCTV camera in your home, healthcare, pacemakers and monitors in hospitals and elsewhere, and transportation, engine control systems for cars, and the GPS maps that you use, also the manufacturing sector.
Now here is the problem for us in India. Our demand is huge and growing, but we lag in the semiconductor fabrication or FAB manufacture. We have a weak semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem. China had been a top exporter of semiconductors to India, which is problematic since a denial regime or a slowdown in such exports can be weaponized, which is why India wants to make semiconductors for India and the world right here in our country.
Statistics till 2021 showed that China was the top exporter of semiconductors to India, followed by Hong Kong and then Vietnam. To get over the dependence on China and a handful of East Asian nations, in December 2021, the government cleared a whopping $10 billion package to boost the semiconductor industry. India needs a host of superconductor chips of different types to make India a global hub for electronics manufacturing. That manufacturing at the moment is dominated by just a handful of companies around the world. The Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, Intel, Qualcomm, Broadcom, and finally Micron.
In fact, it's Micron and another American company, Applied Materials, that the Prime Minister has invited to boost semiconductor manufacturing in India during his visit to the United States.
Micron is a global leader in memory and storage, and we are a supplier to for memory and storage in all end markets, from data centers to smartphones to PCs, and today really fueling the AI engine as well. So we are excited about the opportunities that exist for the future of memory and storage. And again, congratulations to Prime Minister Modi on his excellent visit.
Micron's investment in India comes at a time when India's demand is projected to explode. According to the India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, the India market will touch $64 billion by 2026. That's 3 times the 2019 size of $22.7 billion. In addition to Micron, Vedanta and Foxconn have also signed an MOU with the Gujarat government to invest 1.5 lakh crore rupees to set up a semiconductor and display manufacturing plant in India. But the deal is yet to progress. India, it seems, is keen to step up ties with the US on semiconductors, signing an agreement to establish semiconductor supply chains under the framework of the Indo-US Commercial Dialogue. The future of manufacturing for India's digital economy depends closely on how this works out. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Now, jet engine technology is widely considered the holy grail of aviation tech, and very few countries have it. Everyone wants it, which is why the US decision to transfer key engine technology manufactured by General Electric to India is a landmark deal.
Jet engine technology, widely considered the holy grail of civil and military aviation. This is the General Electric GE F414 engine, a cutting-edge jet engine that powers the F-A-18 Hornet, the US Navy's go-to fighter. This engine may now be produced by General Electric in India. In a multi-billion-dollar deal with Hindustan Aeronautics, with reports suggesting that America is willing to transfer key technology worth up to 80% of the value of the deal. It would power the LCA Mark II, an advanced variant of the Made in India Tejas fighter that you see here.
The United States has never allowed the transfer of this level of technology to anyone. State-of-the-art jet engines include components which are deeply intellectual property rights protected, with manufacturing processes that are top secret. The technology that India may get includes coating and machining of single crystal turbine blades. What exactly are we talking about? Consider this. Manufacturing components of jet engine turbines has always been a massive engineering challenge through the history of aviation. Jet turbines need to retain their shape, their strength and their efficiency at temperatures up to 2000 degrees centigrade. Metal alloys used in older jet engines using conventional manufacturing techniques failed at the highest temperatures. They lost their thermal efficiency, which is why a handful of companies began to develop what they call single crystal turbine airfoils. Through profound chemical engineering of superalloys, single crystal turbine airfoils are able to achieve 3 times more engine life protection against corrosion resistance. Far lower overall weight. It's a lighter engine. A higher melting point temperature. This is absolutely critical. And massive engine life, much more than usual, up to 25,000 hours before an overhaul takes place. For India, the deal will mean that GE will open shop in India in partnership with HAL at a new plant to introduce the manufacturing processes required to build not just single crystal turbine blades, but also other key components, including laser drilling for combustion, machining of powder metallurgy, and the manufacture of compression discs and blades. The GE 414 IN6 engine, when it's built in India, will power not just India's indigenous Tejas Mark II fighter, but also the futuristic AMCA, or Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, a stealth fighter. For the Indian Air Force, this will mean reliable and long-lasting jet engines. Russian engines in the past frequently needed an overhaul at a few hundred hours. Now you have engines which can be overhauled after several thousand hours. Engines which are lighter, more powerful, much more fuel efficient, and with the potential to be upgraded for future use. The benefits of all of this will be transformational for the Indian Armed Forces. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
All right, so those are some of the mega deals that are going to take place as the Prime Minister is there in the US. But today there will also be the lavish state dinner, and First Lady Jill Biden has curated a delicious vegetarian dinner menu for the Prime Minister. There are around 400 guests expected at that dinner, and the White House has a capacity only between 250 to 400. Now, a renowned chef, Nina Curtis, who specializes in plant-based food, has helped put the dinner together. So let's take a look now at what's on the menu.
A welcome like none other. What sets apart Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first state visit to the US is the eye for detail. From gifts exchanged to the meticulously planned menu for the grand state dinner, the warmth is apparent. First Lady Jill Biden, along with a team of world-famous chefs, have chalked out an exquisite menu that's also full of symbolism.
We hope guests feel as if someone has set that table just for them, because we have.
Prime Minister Modi is a vegetarian, and California-based chef Nancy Curtis, who specializes in plant-based cooking, is leading the charge.
We have curated a menu that really showcases the best in American cuisine, also then seasoned with Indian elements and flavors.
2023 is the International Year of Millets. The hardy grain grows across a large part of Asia and Africa, needs very little water for cultivation, and is a storehouse of nutrients. It offers the dual advantage of tackling the nutrition and climate change crises. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has emerged as an ambassador for a push to millet cultivation. Honoring his back-to-basics call on the nutrition front, millets are a prominent part of the menu for close to 400 guests. The first course would have marinated millet, grilled corn kernel salad, compressed watermelon, tangy avocado sauce. Stuffed portobello mushrooms, creamy saffron-infused risotto, sumac roasted sea bass, lemon dill yogurt sauce, crisp millet cakes, summer squashes would be part of the main course. Rose and cardamom-infused strawberry shortcake is also on the menu. And it isn't just the menu that's special. From the decor to the entertainment, peacocks to the tricolour, the India-America Connect is distinct.
After dinner, we'll have the opportunity to hear one of our nation's incredible talents, Grammy Award winner Joshua Bell. His performance will be followed by Pen Masala, a South Asian a cappella group from the University of Pennsylvania, who are bringing a little piece of my hometown to the White House, along with songs inspired by the sounds of India.
The inspiration for our design really began with the peacock, India's national bird. Green draping will flow from the ceiling, giving way to the tables cloaked in the saturated blues and greens of Indian silks, falling onto a carpet of navy blue. The hues not only a nod to our guests, but also to our host, as blue and green are also two of Dr. Biden's favorite colors.
From the First Lady Jill Biden's hometown to a slice of India, the state dinner takes soft diplomacy a notch higher, cementing the close connect that India and the US share. With Maha Siddiqui in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, NDTV.
All right, Prime Minister Modi is currently holding the bilateral talks with President Joe Biden. He did arrive at the White House yesterday, where he got a greeting from both the President and First Lady, and they held a private dinner. After that, today, of course, will be the big state dinner, but there was a private dinner, and gifts were also exchanged at that dinner. And Prime Minister Modi gifted a handcrafted sandalwood box to the US President and to the First Lady, a lab-grown green diamond.
In Prime Minister Modi's special sandalwood box for President Biden, a deep message of fine diplomacy. From the intricately crafted box for President Biden to a stunning homegrown diamond for First Lady Jill, India's rich diversity was on display in the White House today. While the sandalwood box was sourced from Rajasthan, it was the traditional silversmiths of Kolkata who crafted the Ganesha idol and the silver lamp. The Tamrapatra, or the copper plate, meanwhile, was sourced from Uttar Pradesh. To mark President Biden's 80th birthday in ancient Indian style, Prime Minister Modi offered Dasdanams, or 10 donations, made for the one who has seen 1,000 full moons after completing 80 years of age. So while the 10 offerings made by the Prime Minister also reflect the cultural diversity of India. So the first offering made by the Prime Minister, and that was Godan, or a silver coconut that was made by Bengali artisans. So that was something that was procured from West Bengal. And moving now to Bhudan, or sandalwood for land donation, which was procured from Mysuru in Karnataka. And then moving to Tildan, or sesame seeds, of course considered auspicious, sourced from Tamil Nadu. And then Hiranyadan, or pure gold. It was a pure gold coin actually that was procured from Rajasthan. And moving now to Aidan, ghee was sourced from Punjab. Vastradan, or hand-woven tussar silk cloth, which was procured from Jharkhand. Then moving now to Dhanadan, which was a long grain rice that was sourced from Uttarakhand. And then Gurdan, which is basically gur or jaggery, sourced from Maharashtra. And then Rupidan, which was a silver coin, a pure silver coin, sourced from Rajasthan. And lastly, Lavandan, or salt, which was sourced from Gujarat. So all the offerings, in a sense, giving out the message that all these items were procured from different parts of the country. The Prime Minister also gifted a copy of the 10 Upanishads, translated by President Biden's favorite poet, William Butler Yeats, someone whom Biden has quoted from quite often. For First Lady Jill, the Prime Minister had a special 7.5 carat homegrown diamond made in India.
A lab-grown diamond mimics all the properties of a natural mined diamond. It has the same physical, chemical and optical properties. But this technology to grow diamonds has been around for a while. But now as it's gaining strength, and US particularly is a market which is big in accessorization at a price point. That's where I think lab-growns stand a big market. The messaging is fairly strong that India is right now at the world stage of manufacturing. Lab-grown is an alternate category. It's a good accessory category, which I feel will see a lot of traction both in India and abroad.
President Biden, meanwhile, gifted PM Modi a vintage American camera, an antique book galley, and a hardcover book of wildlife photography. With the exchange of gifts and a private dinner hosted by the Bidens, the stage is now set for key bilateral talks and hard negotiations between the close allies. With camera person Kanan Patra, Vedant for NDTV.
And the Prime Minister is at the White House where those bilateral talks are taking place. As we said, there was a huge welcome for the Prime Minister when he arrived at the White House. There were many Indian Americans and NRIs who'd gathered. Thousands, we're told, who had already gathered at the White House lawns ahead of the Prime Minister arriving there. And there you can see the big welcome that took place. And there was a massive 19-gun salute, a playing of the national anthems. And let's just listen into what the Prime Minister and President Joe Biden said in their opening remarks.
Prime Minister Modi, welcome back to the White House. The enduring ties and shared values between our people and the shared responsibility as global leaders to tackle the great issues of our time together. With your partnership, we've invigorated and elevated the Quad between the United States, India, Australia, and Japan to advance our vision of a free, open, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. Decades from now, people will look back and say the Quad bent the arc of history toward global good, as the Prime Minister describes it. We're proud Americans with Indian heritage serve our country every day, including our Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Stories that define the relationship and the limitless possibilities between the United States and India. Two great nations, two great friends, two great powers that can define the course of the 21st century.
तो मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के मित्रतापूर्ण स्वागत और दीर्घदृष्टिपूर्ण संबोधन के लिए उनका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। थैंक यू प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन फॉर योर फ्रेंडशिप। करीब 3 दशक पहले एक साधारण नागरिक के रूप में मैं अमेरिका यात्रा पर आया था और उस समय मैंने व्हाइट हाउस को बाहर से देखा था। प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद तो मैं स्वयं तो कई बार यहां पर आया हूं, लेकिन इतनी बड़ी संख्या में इंडियन अमेरिकन समुदाय के लिए व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार आज पहली बार खोले गए हैं। आप सब हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के समाज और व्यवस्थाएं लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों पर आधारित है। दोनों देशों के संविधान, उसके पहले 3 शब्द, और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने अभी जिसका उल्लेख किया, वी द पीपल, हम दोनों देश अपनी विविधता पर गर्व करते हैं। आज दोपहर को मुझे यूएस कांग्रेस को एक बार फिर से संबोधित करने का अवसर मिलेगा। इस सम्मान के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभारी हूं।
All right, so that was ahead of going in for the bilateral talks and the delegation level talks. And there you can see inside the White House, as we're expecting that joint statement and press interaction to take place in a little while from now. So there you can see this, the setting there in the room there in the White House, where the Prime Minister and President Joe Biden will emerge from their bilateral talks and the delegation level talks, and then make this joint statement and press interaction. We'll slip into a short break and return with the latest.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time. The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
Because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of...
Welcome back. Tomorrow in Patna, a host of opposition leaders from nearly 20 parties are set to attend the mega opposition meet at the invitation of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, whose renewed efforts to showcase opposition unity in order to take on the BJP in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Now, a day before that meeting, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee held talks with Nitish Kumar today evening, and the Trinamool Congress Supremo was accompanied by her nephew and party General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee. So that key meeting tomorrow, this big meeting for opposition unity. Earlier, we spoke to Arvind for more details.
The agenda of this Grand Alliance is to fight BJP in 2024 general election. How should the opposition parties go ahead in its fight against BJP is something that will be discussed in tomorrow's meeting. Though we are not sure whether anything concrete would be would come out in this particular meeting. But this is the first time that all these parties are coming together in order to discuss the way forward. That seems to be the icebreaker is something that they are planning tomorrow. So parties like TMC and Congress, which are at loggerheads in West Bengal, and also SP and Congress in UP, and also Aam Aadmi Party and Congress in both Delhi and Punjab. So all these parties have their own internal issues when it comes to state politics. But how are they gonna come together at a national level? Will that work? Is something that the parties will be discussing tomorrow. So what we are being told is that first all the parties will be discussing an agenda, how to take this forward, one, and also common minimum program, because some of the political parties also want some kind of a common minimum program, not just a mere arithmetic coalition of all these parties. That's second thing. And also very importantly, what we are learning is that parties like DMK will be stressing the fact that there needs to be a prime ministerial candidate, a face of this opposition coalition. So in state like Tamil Nadu, they want a face, and that's why parties like DMK will be pitching for that. But parties like TMC, Aam Aadmi Party will agree to a single face to be the face of this coalition is something that we have to wait and watch for. But tomorrow what we are being told is that there won't be anything concrete or any final decision on this particular thing will emerge in this meeting tomorrow. But for sure, this is the first step that the parties want to take, and there will be many such meetings is what we are learning from our sources. So after the first meeting, all the leaders of all the 17 parties will jointly address a press conference is also what we are learning from our sources.
I cannot give you this reply right now because tomorrow is a meeting. Let us discuss the meeting. Whatever they will discuss, I think discussion will be very good and collectively. So I cannot comment about it. But I feel that public of the country, to save the country from disaster, all the people collectively will vote against BJP.
सब लोग जो हैं अपनी बात को रखेंगे, क्या नीति होगी, क्या एजेंडा होगा, क्या मुद्दे होंगे. बात यह है कि कोई मोदी पे बात नहीं कर रहा, बात जो लोग कर रहे हैं वो मुद्दे की बात कर रहे हैं।
महागठबंधन की ये बैठक हो रही है जो परिवारवादी और भ्रष्टाचार में डूबी हुई पार्टियां हैं, उनका ये महासम्मेलन हो रहा है।
Now, just a day before that opposition meeting, in fact, Aam Aadmi Party threw a bit of a spanner. It's threatened to boycott the meeting or leave the meeting if the Congress does not back its campaign against the contentious central government ordinance that aims to reshape Delhi's administrative services and has also threatened to boycott all future opposition meetings. The controversial ordinance by the centre is regarding the postings and promotions of top bureaucrats. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal has been moving across the country, meeting with other opposition leaders and getting their support for the Aam Aadmi Party stand on this. However, the Congress hit back. Delhi leader Sandeep Dikshit said no one will miss Arvind Kejriwal.
अभी जो अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अपना फिर एक नाटकी बयान दिया है कि कांग्रेस अगर अपना रुख साफ नहीं करेगी ऑर्डिनेंस के इशू पे तो कल विपक्ष की होने वाली एकता मीटिंग में वो पटना नहीं जाएंगे। पहली चीज तो मैं केजरीवाल जी से कह दूं, अंग्रेजी में कहा जाता है ना कि आपको कोई मिस नहीं करेगा, आप जाए ना जाए उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। और हम लोग तो पहले से ही जानते थे कि विपक्ष की एकता को तोड़ने के लिए और उसकी मीटिंग में ना जाने के लिए आप तो केवल बहाने ढूंढ रहे थे, क्योंकि ऊपर से आपको आ गया होगा हुक्म कि न जाना। अगर ऊपर से आता तो आप फट से पहुंच जाते। देखिए, एक और चीज मैं बता दूं केजरीवाल जी, ये नेताओं की, राजनीतिज्ञों की और उन लोगों की जिनको देश की चिंता है उसकी मीटिंग है पटना में। सौदेबाजों की मीटिंग नहीं है कि मैं ये सौदा करूंगा, मुझे ये मिल जाए, मुझे वो मिल जाए। इस तरीके की बहुत हल्की राजनीतिक दलाली की आपको आदत होगी, कांग्रेस को इन चीजों की आदत नहीं है।
All right, some news now from Telangana, where a new digital land record management portal in Telangana that was touted as a trendsetter and revolutionary has now turned into a political hot potato as farmers say it's created new land disputes instead of settling old ones and is even being used to steal land digitally.
For the last 1 year, Narsimha has been coming every week to the local revenue office to get land purchased 20 years ago in his wife's name, entered once again in her name in Telangana's new land records portal Dharani. It mysteriously disappeared when the transition happened from physical records to digital. He is desperate because he wants to sell the land to pay for his daughter's marriage and son's education, and his debts are rising.
ఈ ధరణి వచ్చినప్పుడు మిస్సింగ్ అయిపోయింది ఇట్లా పేరు. ఆ రోజు నుంచి ఈ రోజు వరకు తిరుగుతూనే ఉన్నా. ప్రతి వారం వచ్చి మెన్షన్ చేపించి వెళ్ళిపోతాను మేడం. ఇప్పుడు చూడండి మేడం, పిల్లలు చదువుకుంటారు అందరూ, బిజీ మ్యారేజ్కి ఉంది. మాకేమన్నా ఇప్పుడు ఇది వస్తేనే ఏమన్నా ఆశ, లేకపోతే మాకు చాలా ఇబ్బంది మేడం. ఇక అప్పులు చేసుకొని తిరుగుతున్నాం మేడం, ఇది వస్తుందని. ఇది రాకపోతే మాత్రం చాలా ఇంకా మేము తట్టుకోలేము.
Padagala Yadagiri says his father was assigned 5 acres land in 1994. But in the new online portal, the land does not reflect in his name.
ఈ ధరణి వచ్చిన కానించి మాత్రం ఇబ్బంది లేదప్ప, కానీ మాకు ఎలాంటి అవకాశం లేకుండా అయిపోయింది. ఎందుకంటే ఒక పేదోళ్ళగా మేము ఏదైనా లోన్ కోదామంటే బుక్ అడుగుతున్నారు, ధరణి బుక్ ఉందా అని అడుగుతారు. ఆ ధరణి బుక్ రాలేదు. మేము ఏమైనా చేసుకుందామంటే కూడా మాకు ఎలాంటి ఉపయోగం లేకుండా అయిపోయింది మేడం.
Thousands of farmers have complained that when the transition happened from physical records to digital, it was their worst nightmare come true. The original owners' names disappeared and new names appeared. Some even managed to sell, starting a fresh round of legal disputes and allegations of corruption.
మా కుటుంబంతో రెండు సంవత్సరాలతో రెండు కుటుంబాలతో మాకు నేను మూడో కుటుంబం. మా తాతకు ఉండేది, మా నాయనకు ఉంది, ఇప్పుడు నా కారుకు వచ్చేది.
Those who are giving money, next day they approve file. This is challenge. Those who are giving money, they are solving the Dharani portal grievance application.
Dharani was an e-governance integrated land records platform that was started by Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao in October 2020 to bring transparency to land records in the state. But with lakhs of farmers reporting problems, it has now become a hot political issue this election year. The Congress has demanded a forensic audit of 25 lakh transactions done on the Dharani portal and have alleged a nexus between politicians and land mafia to alienate people's land rights.
ధరణి ఉంది కాబట్టి రాబందులు లేరు, పైరవికారులు లేరు, పటవారీలు లేరు, విఆర్ఓలు లేరు. ఇలా రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఎంత మంచిగా అవుతా ఉంది. 10 నిమిషాలలో రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ అయిపోతుంది, 5 నిమిషాలలో పట్టా అయిపోతుంది. అదే మునుపటి రోజు అయితే రిజిస్ట్రేషన్కి ఎన్ని రోజులు,
పట్టాకి ఎన్ని రోజులు వాళ్ళ దయ వాళ్ళు రాసింది లెక్క వాళ్ళు గీసింది గీత. ఇంత మంచి సదుపాయం 3 సంవత్సరాలు నేను కష్టపడి తయారు చేసి ప్రజలకు తీసుకొస్తే కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ మాట్లాడుతూ ఉన్నది ధరణిని తీసి బంగాళాఖాతంలో చేస్తారట. ఇది ధరణిని వేయడమా లేదా ప్రజలను బంగాళాఖాతంలో వేయడమా?
In Rangareddy district with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And finally, let's get you a bit of sports news. And it was the Sunil Chhetri show at the Kantivira Stadium in Bengaluru as India made light work of Pakistan. Chhetri scored a famous hat-trick to become the 4th highest goal scorer in international football.
Cometh the occasion, cometh the man. Sunil Chhetri with 3 thunderous strikes becomes the 3rd highest active goal scorer in international football, just behind Messi and Ronaldo. It was all Sunil Chhetri in the first half as he showed sparks of his ebullient self to latch on to this loose ball by the park keeper. 6 minutes later, Chhetri scored from the penalty spot. A trademark no-run-up hit smashed in the back of Pakistan's net. A rush of blood in the dying minutes of the first half saw India's coach Igor Stimac receive a red card for impeding a Pakistani player from taking a quick throw-in.
Rahish Nabi also being booked.
But apart from that hiccup, the Chhetri juggernaut rolled on. Another run in the opposition box, another foul, another penalty. Chhetri converted this penalty to complete a famous hat-trick. India eased past the lowest ranked football side in the world with a thumping of 4-0 to open their SAF campaign.
And that is the goal.
The Viking clap reverberated at the Kantivira as the icing on the cake for Sunil Chhetri's show.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news updates coming up on the other side. All the very latest on the Prime Minister's US trip. Stay with us.
Co-presented by
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time. The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps.
Hello and welcome. We are tracking the Prime Minister's US visit, and there's going to be a joint statement by both President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the bilateral meeting that they've just had. Now, the two leaders have had a bilateral meeting, and they would have discussed several important issues that concern the two countries in terms of the trade relations between the two countries, defense ties, economic ties as well. And now there is going to be a joint statement that's expected very soon now. You're seeing those visuals coming in from the White House, where the US President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi are going to come to deliver their joint statements. That's the visual on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right side, you're seeing earlier visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the US President Joe Biden as the two shook hands at the White House before their bilateral meeting. And the two met there, these were the introductory remarks that Prime Minister Narendra Modi also made there. In fact, the Prime Minister said that India and the United States, both countries, are going to work together, and they are going to be committed to work for world
peace. Joe Biden, the US president, also said that the decisions that will be made at the bilateral meeting tomorrow will differ at the bilateral meeting that's currently underway. These decisions will define the future. The Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, his office has tweeted out saying that we are taking India-US ties to greater heights. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the President of the United States, Joe Biden, held bilateral talks at the White House, and they reviewed the entire spectrum of India-US ties and discussed ways to further deepen the partnership. So that tweet coming in from the Prime Minister's office telling you that the bilateral meeting between the two leaders is now over, and we can expect joint statements from the US President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi any moment from now, and they will brief us on what all they discussed in that crucial bilateral meeting that was held. After this, the Prime Minister later in the night will address a joint sitting of the US Congress, which will be his second address to a joint sitting of the US Congress. That's also expected later in the night. Of course, we at NDTV will keep tracking every little detail of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit and keep getting you the highlights from the decisions that will be made at this crucial meeting. Now let's talk about what all is going to be discussed, what all is could possibly be on agenda for this bilateral meeting that has ended now and for which we are going to have joint statements very soon. So earlier on, what we the sense that we got till now was that there will be, of course, the trade ties that will be discussed, discussions that will be important for the economies of both the countries. Along with that, there are several defense deals that were also on the table, several technological transfer that was also on the table. These are the issues that we have heard till now that could be discussed, and those are the primary agendas that we might hear on at the joint briefing that will happen in just a short while from now. Well, earlier today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was welcomed to the White House with a 19-gun salute, and while welcoming Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the US President Joe Biden had said that we have spent a lot of time together since I was Vice President. Given the situation of the world, it is essential that India and US work together. And you know, the introductory statements that the two leaders made, they give you a sense of where this bilateral is also headed, and they give you a sense of what are their priorities as leaders of two important countries globally currently. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said that the ties between India and the United States are based on the democratic values, and the constitutions of both countries begin with the words, "We the people." He said that both the nations feel pride in our diversity, and in the post-COVID era, the world order is taking a new shape for global food, for global good, for global world peace and stability. We are committed to working together. Remember, India and the United States have not been on the same page when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war, which clearly is disrupting global peace currently. And while India has not directly criticized Russia, though maintaining the stand that these issues should be solved democratically, the United States has, of course, several times openly criticized Russia, and India and the United States have not been on the same page on that. In fact, the United States had a few months ago said that the world is watching India when it doesn't make a direct statement on Russia and when it doesn't openly go against Russia in the United Nations as well. So that's one major issue on which India and the United States are not on the same page, and that's one issue that is important, of course, for world peace. Along with that, President Joe Biden, in the introductory statements that were made by the two leaders, had said that India and the United States are in the process of eradicating poverty, addressing climate change, extending healthcare, and ensuring food security. All this matters for America, all of this matters for India and for the world as well. And in an important statement, the US president had said that the decisions that we make today at these meetings that the two leaders are having, these decisions are going to impact the future. So those are crucial decisions, crucial announcements that we are counting down to as the two leaders are going to come out there at the White House, the visuals of which you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen. That's where the two leaders are going to come out in just a short while from now to deliver their joint statements on what all was discussed at the bilateral meeting and what all happened there. After this, as I mentioned, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing a joint sitting of the US Congress, post which he has been invited for a state dinner at the White House, the state dinner that will be hosted by US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. On your right-hand side, you're seeing the visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi when he was welcomed at the White House by the US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. And as he waved there to the Indian diaspora, to the people who had gathered there to welcome him, he got a 19-gun salute there as well. And the US President Joe Biden had said that India-US ties and the decisions we make will define the 21st century. Now, after these bilateral talks, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address a joint sitting of the two houses of the US Congress for the second time, and it's the first time that any Indian Prime Minister will address a joint sitting of the US Congress twice. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be the first leader to do that, though several Indian Prime Ministers in the past have addressed a joint sitting of the US Congress once. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be the first to do it twice. So that is also expected later in the night, and that is also going to be an address that could last around 40 to 50 minutes. So in that as well, the Prime Minister will talk about important issues as he will address the US Congress. Now, through the day, several big-ticket announcements have been made on this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the United States. Now, these announcements till now ranged from defense cooperation to space expedition, which are expected to deepen the ties between the two nations. Now, sources have also said that visa rules have been tweaked and both nations will open an extra consulate. This is, of course, source-based information, and we'll get to see whether that officially happens. But remember, visa issues between India and the United States have been severe, with waiting times for US visas going as long as 2 to 3 years. So that's why that's also one issue that sources say could be discussed, and those visa rules could be tweaked and both nations could open an extra consulate as well. That's what sources are telling us till now. Now, among the other announcements that have been made through the day, General Electric's aerospace arm has announced that it has teamed up with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, HAL, to make fighter jet engines for the Indian Air Force in India. The US has never allowed the transfer of this level of technology to anyone, and the manufacturing unit is expected to be transformational for Indian airspace. So these are the announcements that have been made through the day as these events built up to the bilateral meeting, the crucial bilateral meeting that has now ended between US President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, along with that big announcement that could be transformational for Indian airspace, in a big push for Make in India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also invited Micron Technology, which is a prominent American chip maker, to set up an assembly plant in India. Now, the Micron semiconductor test and assembly plant will come up in Gujarat with a total investment of $2.75 billion US. Semiconductors, as all of you might know, are essential for computers, household appliances, cameras, phones, and even pacemakers. And India has always imported most of the semiconductors that it uses. I mean, almost all of the semiconductors that we use in India, in our mobile phones, in our cars, in our computers, all of them are imported from other countries. The top source of our imports is China. So semiconductors are extremely critical. The reason why you have extremely long waiting periods to get your favorite car or to get your Xbox, the reason for both of these problems is a semiconductor shortage that the entire world is facing after the pandemic, and after China was hit by the pandemic worse than several other countries. So that's why the imports from China were restricted, which is why India has been facing a semiconductor shortage ever since 2020 when the pandemic hit. And because of this semiconductor shortage, because we don't produce any of our own semiconductors, that's why we've had long waiting periods for cars, long waiting periods for other electronic devices as well, as these semiconductors are essentially chips that are used in pretty much all electronic devices that we use. They are used in cars and mobile phones as well. And there, US President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi currently delivering their joint address. Let's listen in.
Prime Minister and I have just finished a very productive meeting, and the Prime Minister, I know you've got to go up to Capitol Hill very soon and to address the joint session to Congress. It's a testament to the strong and enduring and thoroughly bipartisan support that exists all across the United States for the friendship and partnership between the United States that they're anxiously waiting to hear you up on Capitol Hill. A partnership that is among the most consequential in the world, that is stronger, closer, and more dynamic than any time in history. Mr. Prime Minister, we've met many times over the past few years, most recently in Hiroshima at the G7 summit, and each time I was struck by our ability to find new areas of cooperation. Together, we're unlocking the shared future of what I believe to be unlimited potential. And with this visit, we're demonstrating once more how India and the United States are collaborating on nearly every human endeavor and delivering progress across the board. From designing new ways to diagnose and treat illnesses like cancer and diabetes, to collaborating on human spaceflight, including sending an Indian astronaut to the International Space Station in 2024, to accelerating the global clean energy transition and tackling the climate crisis we face, to harnessing our shared expertise on critical and emerging technologies like quantum computing and artificial intelligence, to ensuring they are not used as tools of misinformation and oppression. We are doubling down on our cooperation to secure our semiconductor supply chains, advancing Open RAN telecommunications networks, and growing our major defense partnership with the more joint exercises, more cooperation between our defense industries, and more consultation and coordination across all domains. Our economic relationship is booming. Trade between our countries has almost doubled over the past decade to more than $191 billion, supporting tens of thousands of good jobs in both India and the United States. Add to that, 1 million American jobs across 44 states will be supported by the purchase of more than 200 American-made Boeing aircraft by that Air India is announcing earlier this year. And with this visit, Indian firms are announcing more than $2 billion in new investments in manufacturing, solar in Colorado, steel in Ohio, and optic fiber in South Carolina, and much more. Further proof that America's manufacturing is back. We're expanding educational exchanges for our students, building on the record 125,000 student visas for Indians to study in the United States we issued last year, and opening new consulates that's going to make it easier for our people to travel, work, and collaborate together. On the issues that matter most and that will define the future, our nations look to one another, including on critical regional and global issues. And today, we also talked about our shared efforts to mitigate the humanitarian tragedies unleashed by Russia's brutal war in Ukraine and to defend the core principles of the UN Charter's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We discussed our work through the Quad and how India and the United States, together with Australia and Japan, can ensure the vital Indo-Pacific region remains free, open, prosperous, and secure. Through our new I2U2 grouping with Israel and the UAE, we're building regional connections to the Middle East and spurring science-based solutions to global challenges like food security and clean energy. And this year, under India's leadership of the G20, we're putting sustainable development at the center of the agenda. We're delivering meaningful action on low and middle-income nations, including multilateral development bank reform, debt relief, and building resilient and equitable health systems. The bottom line is simple. We want people everywhere to have the opportunity to live in dignity. And let me close with this. Indians and Americans are both peoples who innovate and create, turn obstacles into opportunities, who find strength in community and family, and who cherish freedom and celebrate the democratic values of universal human rights, which face challenges around the world and in each of our countries, but which remain so vital to the success of each of our nations. Press freedom, religious freedom, tolerance, diversity. India now has the most populous country, is now the most populous country in the world. It's a democracy. We understand that it is the brilliance and the backbone of our people, as diverse and talents and traditions that make us strong as a nation. It's democracies that do that. We see that so clearly here in the United States, where a vibrant Indian American community of more than 4 million strong contributes every single day to the writing of the future of our nation. Indian Americans of every background and faith, representing the full diversity of India, are pursuing their American dream while maintaining deep connections for their Indian heritage and families. That makes us all stronger. That is a cornerstone of this essential partnership between India and the United States. And that is why I know the friendship between our nations is only going to grow as we face the future together. Mr. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन को उनके मित्रतापूर्ण शब्दों और भारत अमेरिका संबंधों के बारे में उनके सकारात्मक विचारों के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, आज का दिन भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों के इतिहास में एक विशेष महत्व रखता है। आज की हमारी चर्चा और हमारे द्वारा लिए गए महत्वपूर्ण निर्णयों से हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में एक नया अध्याय जुड़ा है। एक नई दिशा और नई ऊर्जा मिली है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत अमेरिका की व्यापार और निवेश साझेदारी दोनों देशों के लिए ही नहीं बल्कि वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आज अमेरिका भारत का सबसे बड़ा ट्रेड पार्टनर है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि व्यापार से जुड़े लंबित मुद्दों को समाप्त कर नई शुरुआत की जाए। आईसेट यानी इनिशिएटिव फॉर क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे तकनीकी सहयोग के महत्वपूर्ण फ्रेमवर्क के रूप में उभरा है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, स्पेस, क्वांटम और टेलीकॉम जैसे क्षेत्रों में अपना सहयोग बढ़ाकर हम एक मजबूत और फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी की रचना कर रहे हैं। अमेरिका की माइक्रोन, गूगल तथा एप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी कंपनियों द्वारा भारत में निवेश करने का निर्णय इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी का प्रतीक है। इस यात्रा के दौरान मुझे अमेरिका के कुछ अन्य सीईओज के साथ मुलाकात करने का भी अवसर मिला। उनके साथ हुई चर्चाओं में भी मैंने भारत के प्रति उत्साह और एक सकारात्मक सोच महसूस किया। हम दोनों सहमत हैं कि हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप को सार्थक करने में गवर्नमेंट्स, बिजनेसेस और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस का साथ आना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन में भारत और अमेरिका के साझे विजन को इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए हमने कई महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। इसमें ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, विंड एनर्जी, बैटरी स्टोरेज, कार्बन कैप्चर जैसे क्षेत्र शामिल है। हमने यह भी निर्णय लिया कि वैश्विक अनिश्चितताओं के बीच भारत और अमेरिका ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर्स की तरह रिलायबल, सिक्योर और रेजिलिएंट ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन और वैल्यू चेन तैयार करेंगे। भारत और अमेरिका के बीच करीबी रक्षा सहयोग हमारे आपसी विश्वास और साझा रणनीतिक प्राथमिकताओं का प्रतीक है। पुराने समय के बायर सेलर्स रिलेशनशिप पीछे छोड़कर आज हम ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, को डेवलपमेंट और को प्रोडक्शन की तरफ बढ़ चुके हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक द्वारा भारत में टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर के माध्यम से इंजन बनाने का निर्णय एक लैंडमार्क एग्रीमेंट है। इससे दोनों देशों में रोजगार के नए अवसर भी खुलेंगे। यह आने वाले समय में हमारे रक्षा सहयोग को एक नया स्वरूप देगा। इस सहयोग में दोनों देशों के रक्षा उद्योग और स्टार्टअप्स महत्वपूर्ण पार्टनर्स हैं। उन्हें आपस में जोड़ना हमारे डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल रोडमैप का मुख्य उद्देश्य है। स्पेस साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में हमारा गहरा और वर्षों पुराना सहयोग रहा है। आज हमने आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड्स में शामिल होने का निर्णय लेकर हमारे स्पेस कोऑपरेशन में एक लंबी उड़ान भरी है। संक्षेप में कहूं तो भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी के लिए इवन स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे संबंधों का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइज है। भारतीय मूल के 40 लाख से भी ज्यादा लोग आज अमेरिका की प्रगति में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे रहे हैं। आज सुबह व्हाइट हाउस में इतनी बड़ी संख्या में भारतीय लोगों की उपस्थिति इस बात का प्रमाण है कि इंडियन अमेरिकन्स हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। इन संबंधों को और गहरा करने के लिए हम अमेरिका द्वारा बेंगलुरु और अहमदाबाद में कॉन्सुलेट्स खोलने के निर्णय का स्वागत करते हैं। उसी तरह सिएटल में भारत का नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज की बैठक में हमने कई क्षेत्रीय एवं वैश्विक मुद्दों पर चर्चा की। इंडो पैसिफिक में शांति और सुरक्षा यह हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता है। हम एकमत है कि इस क्षेत्र का विकास और सफलता पूरे विश्व के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। हमने क्वाड पार्टनरशिप के साथ मिलकर इस क्षेत्र के सभी देशों के साथ अपना समन्वय बढ़ाने पर विचार साझा किए। आतंकवाद और कट्टरवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को समाप्त करने के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। कोविड महामारी और यूक्रेन संघर्ष से ग्लोबल साउथ के देश विशेष रूप से पीड़ित हुए हैं। हमारा मत है कि इन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए सभी देशों का एकजुट होना अनिवार्य है। यूक्रेन के घटनाक्रम के शुरुआत से ही भारत ने डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से इस विवाद को सुलझाने पर जोर दिया है। हम शांति की बहाली के लिए हर संभव योगदान देने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। भारत की G20 की अध्यक्षता में हम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर उस पर बल दे रहे हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की प्राथमिकताओं को आवाज दे रहे हैं। मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने अफ्रीका को G20 का पूर्ण सदस्य बनाने के मेरे प्रस्ताव पर समर्थन जताया है। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे सभी साझे प्रयासों का मूल मंत्र है लोकतंत्र और लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों तथा व्यवस्थाओं को सशक्त करना। विश्व के दो सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र भारत और अमेरिका मिलकर विश्व शांति, स्थिरता, समृद्धि में महत्वपूर्ण सहयोग दे सकते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि इन मूल्यों के आधार पर हम दोनों देशों के लोगों की ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे विश्व की अपेक्षाओं और आकांक्षाओं को पूरा कर सकेंगे। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, आज की उपयोगी चर्चा के लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। इस वर्ष G20 समिट के दौरान आपका भारत में स्वागत करने के लिए भारत और मैं स्वयं भी बहुत ही उत्सुक है। और जैसा राष्ट्रपति जी ने कहा, हम लोगों को मुझे जाना है बाद में कांग्रेस को एड्रेस करने के लिए, और इसलिए ज्यादा अधिक समय न लेते हुए मैं मेरी बात को विराम देता हूं। मैं फिर एक बार राष्ट्रपति का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Well, the Congress is actually waiting to, and anxiously waiting to hear you. I'm told there are two questioners, Sabrina from the Wall Street Journal and Kumar from the Trust of India. And Sabrina, you first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the Prime Minister, but first a two-part question for you. Your comments at a fundraiser this week appear to be the first time in recent memory that a sitting U.S. president has called a Chinese leader a dictator. Did those comments about President Xi undermine or complicate the progress your administration has made in maintaining a relationship with China? And secondly, on India, as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who say that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and crackdown on dissent in Prime Minister Modi's country?
The answer to your first question is no. When we're talking to our allies and partners around the world, including India, we let the idea of my choosing and avoiding saying what I think is the facts with regard to the relationship with India, with China, is just not something I'm going to change very much. I think I believe that, and I've said this for some time, that the hysteria about the relationship with China is collapsing and moving, et cetera, et cetera. We had an incident that caused some confusion, you might say. But Secretary Blinken had a great trip to China. I expect to be meeting with President Xi sometime in the future, in the near term, and I don't think it's had any real consequence. And what was your second question?
So as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who believe that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and a crackdown on dissent in India?
Well, look, the Prime Minister and I had a good discussion about democratic values. And And that's the nature of our relationship. We're straightforward with each other, and we respect each other. One of the fundamental reasons that I believe the U.S.-China relationship is not in the space it is in the U.S.-Indian relationship is that there's an overwhelming respect for each other because we're both democracies. And it's a common democratic character of both our countries and our people, our diversity, our culture, our open, tolerant, robust debate. And I believe that we believe in the dignity of every citizen. And it is in America's DNA, and I believe in India's DNA, that the whole world has a stake in our success, both of us, in maintaining our democracies, makes us appealing partners, and enables us to expand democratic institutions around the world. And I believe this, and I still believe this.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है। और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है। लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है, लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है, लोकतंत्र को हम जीते हैं और हमारे पूर्वजों ने उसको शब्दों में ढाला है संविधान के रूप में। और हमारी सरकार लोकतंत्र के मूलभूत मूल्यों को आधार लेकर के बने हुए संविधान के आधार पर चलती है। और हमारा संविधान और हमारी सरकार, और हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर। और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती है। और जब हम लोकतंत्र की बात करते हैं तब अगर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज नहीं है, ह्यूमैनिटी नहीं है, ह्यूमन राइट्स नहीं है, फिर तो वो डेमोक्रेसी है ही नहीं। और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं। भारत में सरकार के जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो एक्सेस टू ऑल है, जो भी उसके हकदार हैं उन सबको मिलते हैं। इसलिए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, न धर्म के आधार पर, न जाति के आधार पर, न उम्र के आधार पर, न भूभाग के आधार पर।
Kumar.
Yeah, thanks a lot, sir. Sir, my question is on the issue of climate change. Both countries have spoken strongly about the need to tackle the climate change, but there is a view. Both countries have spoken about the challenge of climate change, but there is a view that ambitious targets are set, but implementation is found often lacking. And there is also a criticism of lack of technological transfer, financial transfer from the developed countries to the developing nations. How do you both leaders see the way ahead on this pressing issue?
Well, first of all, I think it is the existential threat to humanity, climate change. It's the most serious problem we face as human beings. We have to keep it below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We've made enormous progress here in the United States on dealing with this issue by doing three things. Number one, by insisting that we move every one of our industries into a position where they can take advantage of cheaper and more extensive and more available renewable energy, whether it's solar or wind or hydrogen and green hydrogen. There's a whole range of things we've been working on. In addition to that, we find ourselves in a position that what we've done is that we have significantly reduced for example, I made a commitment that we are going to make sure that by 2030, 30% of all our land and sea and oceans were in conservation, could not be developed. We're well on our way to doing that, and that's also absorbing carbon from the air as a consequence of that because of the conservation. We are in a position as well, but we have provided for significant increase in funding for a whole range of issues, but not just for the United States, but for the rest of the world. For example, we're working with the G7 to provide for infrastructure work for dealing with global warming on the continent of Africa. In Angola, building the largest solar project, moving ourselves, having railway to go all the way across the southern from the Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean in Africa, to be able to transport and do it cheaper and do it with less, how can I say it, less carbon emissions. We're trying to work with other countries to maintain their carbon sinks so they don't have to develop them like we did in causing pollution, and we're trying to figure out how to work out to pay them not to develop certain areas like the Amazon and Brazil. But there's a lot of technology that's available that we're sharing and we share with one another. We've learned how to do solar energy, which is considerably cheaper than it is for fossil fuels. The same way dealing with not just solar, but dealing with wind. And so there's a lot of technology that we've developed, and we're well on our way, I think, to meeting the commitment we made that we made in Paris. And we're prepared to share all of that with India that has a desire to do the same.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपने सही कहा। जहां तक भारत का सवाल है, एनवायरमेंट, क्लाइमेट, ये हमारे सांस्कृतिक परंपरा में अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है उसका। हमारे लिए एनवायरमेंट ये आर्टिकल ऑफ फेथ है, ये कन्वीनियंस के कारण करने का हमारा काम नहीं है, हम ये मानते हैं। हम एक्सप्लॉयटेशन ऑफ नेचर में विश्वास नहीं करते हैं। पूरे सृष्टि को चलाने के लिए मिल्किंग ऑफ नेचर तक तो चल सकता है, लेकिन एक्सप्लॉयटेशन ऑफ नेचर नहीं चल सकता है। हम इस पक्ष में रहे हैं और उसी के मूल पर आधार पर भारत अपने लिए करता है, इतना ही नहीं, हम कुछ ग्लोबल इनिशिएटिव भी ले रहे हैं। आपको मालूम है, G20 देशों ने पेरिस में जो प्रॉमिस किया था, सभी G20 देशों में अकेला हिंदुस्तान है जिसने पेरिस में जो प्रॉमिस किए थे वो सारे प्रॉमिस पूरे किए हैं। इतना ही नहीं, सोलर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमने ग्लासगो में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में 500 गीगावाट का टारगेट रखा है। हमने 2030 तक भारत की रेलवे का नेट जीरो का लक्ष्य रखा है। और भारत की रेलवे कहने के बाद आपको उसका स्केल पता होना चाहिए। भारत की रेलवे का मतलब है कि हर दिन मेरे यहां रेल के डिब्बे में पूरा ऑस्ट्रेलिया होता है। इतना बड़ा मेरा देश है और वहां मैं 2030 तक रेलवे को नेट जीरो लेकर के चल रहा हूं। उसी प्रकार से जो हमने सोलर एनर्जी के टारगेट तय किए थे, हमने इथेनॉल के टारगेट तय किए थे 10% का, वो समय से पहले पूरा कर दिया। हम 20% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन को इनिशिएट कर रहे हैं और भारत ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन हब बने, उस दिशा में हम काम कर रहे हैं। हमने दुनिया के लिए इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस उसका हमने लॉन्च किया और आज दुनिया के कई देश उसमें भारत के साथ मिलकर के आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमने जो आइलैंड कंट्रीज है उनको स्पेशली सोलार के क्षेत्र में मदद करके उनको एक नया विश्वास दिया है कि हम आपकी कठिनाइयों में आपके साथ हैं। भावी किसी भी संकट के लिए हम आपकी चुनौती को पार करने के लिए हमारी जिम्मेवारियां निभाएंगे, आपको भी मदद करेंगे। हम वो देश हैं जिसने एक और नया क्षेत्र हाथ लिया है। हम देख रहे हैं कि नेचुरल कैलेमिटी के कारण आज मनुष्य मृत्यु की चर्चा तो होती है, लेकिन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का इतना नुकसान होता है जो 50-50 साल तक भरपाई नहीं हो सकता। और इसलिए ये जो क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण जिस प्रकार का संकट आ रहा है, तो ऐसा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनना चाहिए जिसमें रेजिलियंस हो, और इसके लिए CDRI हमने एक ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को जन्म दिया है। और आपको पता होगा, मैंने ग्लासगो के अंदर एक विषय रखा है दुनिया के सामने, और जिसको पिछले दिनों UN सेक्रेटरी जनरल और मैंने उसको लॉन्च किया है, वो है मिशन लाइफ। और जब मैं लाइफ कहता हूं तब लाइफ स्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। हर इंडिविजुअल को प्रो क्लाइमेट, प्रो एनवायरमेंट अपना जीवन जीने का तरीका डेवलप करना होगा। इतने बड़े संकट के लिए उस दिशा में भी हम काम कर रहे हैं, और मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत ने जो आज इन क्षेत्रों में काम शुरू किया है, इसलिए नहीं कि भारत ने दुनिया के एनवायरनमेंट को बुरा किया है, लेकिन हम इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि हमारी भावी पीढ़ी की हमें चिंता है। हम हमारी भावी पीढ़ी को ऐसा विश्व नहीं दे सकते हैं कि जिसके लिए उसके लिए जीना कठिन हो जाए। और इसलिए एक ग्लोबल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के रूप में भारत ने खुद ने कुछ बुरा नहीं किया है तो भी अच्छा करने में, योगदान देने में हम अग्रिम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं, और हम आगे भी निभा रहेंगे। जहां तक समृद्ध देश हैं, लगातार चर्चा रही है, टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर हो, फाइनेंशियल मदद हो, और धीरे धीरे विश्व भी मन बना रहा है कि जो देश इसमें करना चाहते हैं उनको टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद मिले, उनको फाइनेंशियल मदद मिले। हम प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं कि जितना जल्दी इस विषय में आगे बढ़ेंगे, दुनिया को इस संकट से हम जल्दी से मुक्त कर पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
Let me add one thing to that. We have caused damage in the United States the way we developed over the last 300 years. And that's why I was able to convince my colleagues in the Congress to pass legislation, the largest climate fund ever in American and in world history, $369 billion. $369 billion to deal with the climate crisis. And we're doing it extensively now, and I think you're going to see significant progress. Thank you all very, very much.
So that was the joint address, the joint statement by US President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the decisions that they've made on the bilateral meeting, the crucial bilateral meeting that the two leaders had. We'll continue to track the details of this bilateral meet and the Prime Minister's US visit after this very short break. Stay tuned.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers. part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long.
Welcome
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden just a short while ago delivered their joint statement in which they talked about everything ranging from climate crisis, technology transfers that have been made between the two countries, the China situation, terrorism, extremism, and there were questions on free speech being suppressed in India that were also asked to both US President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. My colleague Maha Siddiqui is joining us to get the highlights of the joint address that was made there. And Maha, several important issues discussed, right from climate crisis to the technology transfer between the two states. So what are the important announcements that have been made? All right, we'll be joined by Maha in just a short while from now. She'll be joining us from the White House. But let me take you through the major announcements that have been made by the US President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Well, the Prime Minister said that today is an important day for India-US ties, and today's decisions start a new chapter in the partnership between the two countries. And he said that India-US trade ties are not just important for the two countries, but also for the global economy at large, as India's biggest trade partner is the United States. And today, in the bilateral meeting between the two leaders, they've decided to end long-lasting trade barriers. That's very important because, remember, India and the United States have several pending trade disputes at the World Trade Organization as well. My colleague Maha Siddiqui joining us from the White House now. And Maha, several issues discussed ranging from technology transfers to the climate crisis. What are the major announcements that have been made that you're picking up?
Well, the biggest announcement is about technology transfer. It really is a big step considering that it hasn't been seen in the past. And defense technology, Priyanshi, is something that India has been stressing on technology transfer for the simple reason that India says it wants to be self-reliant, make in India. And for that, this is really one of the biggest announcements that has come in today. It is on expected lines, but we were waiting to hear it. We have been reporting that GE jet engines with HAL, there'll be joint production of that, which HAL India is going to use in its latest version of light combat aircraft. But certainly this is one of the biggest takeaways apart from the human space flight, with President Biden announced saying that this will happen in 2024. India's on board the Armistice Accord, and therefore both India and US, ISRO and NASA will collaborate on that. So really these two big announcements were expected, but once they have come in, a huge difference that one could see them making. The stress constantly on technology, that is again a very important aspect that we need to take care of at the moment. Priyanshi, you'll have to just give me a minute here. We are exiting from the White House and going towards the Congress. I need to quickly remove my badge and hand it over to the White House. So just bear with me for a second, and then I'll take you through the other important aspects.
Sure.
Just for the moment, take our viewers through the other decisions that have been taken.
Well, absolutely, Maha. Thanks very much for joining us. And we'll leave you to that as you're leaving the White House after attending that joint statement that was delivered by the two leaders. As Maha pointed out, it's extremely rare for the United States to transfer such crucial technology to a non-ally, to India. And that's why this technology transfer is significant for India and for our Make in India mission going ahead as well. With that, we'll take a short break. We'll be back at the top of the hour at midnight to analyze what all have been the announcements and how they change India-US ties even further. Stay tuned for that.
Class on.
NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours. Welcome back, and we are focusing on the joint statement that was just made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden after they had that very important bilateral meeting. And in fact, several deals have been announced there. Everything from climate change to technological transfer has been discussed, and in a very rare occasion, in a very rare thing that we are seeing coming in from the United States, they've decided to share crucial technology with India. Listen in to none other than the two leaders announcing the deals that have been made in that bilateral meeting.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Biden, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन को उनके मित्रतापूर्ण शब्दों और भारत अमेरिका संबंधों के बारे में उनके सकारात्मक विचारों के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, आज का दिन भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों के इतिहास में एक विशेष महत्व रखता है। आज की हमारी चर्चा और हमारे द्वारा लिए गए महत्वपूर्ण निर्णयों से हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में एक नया अध्याय जुड़ा है। एक नई दिशा और नई ऊर्जा मिली है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत अमेरिका की व्यापार और निवेश साझेदारी दोनों देशों के लिए ही नहीं बल्कि वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आज अमेरिका भारत का सबसे बड़ा ट्रेड पार्टनर है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि व्यापार से जुड़े लंबित मुद्दों को समाप्त कर नई शुरुआत की जाए। आईसेट यानी इनिशिएटिव फॉर क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे तकनीकी सहयोग के महत्वपूर्ण फ्रेमवर्क के रूप में उभरा है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, स्पेस, क्वांटम और टेलीकॉम जैसे क्षेत्रों में अपना सहयोग बढ़ाकर हम एक मजबूत और फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी की रचना कर रहे हैं। अमेरिका की माइक्रोन, गूगल तथा एप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी कंपनियों द्वारा भारत में निवेश करने का निर्णय इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी का प्रतीक है। इस यात्रा के दौरान मुझे अमेरिका के कुछ अन्य सीईओज के साथ मुलाकात करने का भी अवसर मिला। उनके साथ हुई चर्चाओं में भी मैंने भारत के प्रति उत्साह और एक सकारात्मक सोच महसूस किया। हम दोनों सहमत हैं कि हमारी स्ट्रैटेजिक टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप को सार्थक करने में गवर्नमेंट्स, बिजनेसेस और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस का साथ आना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन में भारत और अमेरिका के साझे विजन को इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए हमने कई महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। इसमें ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, विंड एनर्जी, बैटरी स्टोरेज, कार्बन कैप्चर जैसे क्षेत्र शामिल है। हमने यह भी निर्णय लिया कि वैश्विक अनिश्चितताओं के बीच भारत और अमेरिका ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर्स की तरह रिलायबल, सिक्योर और रेजिलिएंट ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन और वैल्यू चेन तैयार करेंगे। भारत और अमेरिका के बीच करीबी रक्षा सहयोग हमारे आपसी विश्वास और साझा रणनीतिक प्राथमिकताओं का प्रतीक है। पुराने समय के बायर सेलर्स रिलेशनशिप पीछे छोड़कर आज हम ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, को डेवलपमेंट और को प्रोडक्शन की तरफ बढ़ चुके हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक द्वारा भारत में टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर के माध्यम से इंजन बनाने का निर्णय एक लैंडमार्क एग्रीमेंट है। इससे दोनों देशों में रोजगार के नए अवसर भी खुलेंगे। यह आने वाले समय में हमारे रक्षा सहयोग को एक नया स्वरूप देगा। इस सहयोग में दोनों देशों के रक्षा उद्योग और स्टार्टअप्स महत्वपूर्ण पार्टनर्स हैं। उन्हें आपस में जोड़ना हमारे डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल रोडमैप का मुख्य उद्देश्य है। स्पेस साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में हमारा गहरा और वर्षों पुराना सहयोग रहा है। आज हमने आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड्स में शामिल होने का निर्णय लेकर हमारे स्पेस कोऑपरेशन में एक लंबी उड़ान भरी है। संक्षेप में कहूं तो भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी के लिए इवन स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे संबंधों का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइज है। भारतीय मूल के 40 लाख से भी ज्यादा लोग आज अमेरिका की प्रगति में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे रहे हैं। आज सुबह व्हाइट हाउस में इतनी बड़ी संख्या में भारतीय लोगों की उपस्थिति इस बात का प्रमाण है कि इंडियन अमेरिकन्स हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। इन संबंधों को और गहरा करने के लिए हम अमेरिका द्वारा बेंगलुरु और अहमदाबाद में कॉन्सुलेट्स खोलने के निर्णय का स्वागत करते हैं। उसी तरह सिएटल में भारत का नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज की बैठक में हमने कई क्षेत्रीय एवं वैश्विक मुद्दों पर चर्चा की। इंडो पैसिफिक में शांति और सुरक्षा यह हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता है। हम एकमत हैं कि इस क्षेत्र का विकास और सफलता पूरे विश्व के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। हमने क्वाड पार्टनरशिप के साथ मिलकर इस क्षेत्र के सभी देशों के साथ अपना समन्वय बढ़ाने पर विचार साझा किए। आतंकवाद और कट्टरवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को समाप्त करने के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। कोविड महामारी और यूक्रेन संघर्ष से ग्लोबल साउथ के देश विशेष रूप से पीड़ित हुए हैं। हमारा मत है कि इन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए सभी देशों का एकजुट होना अनिवार्य है। यूक्रेन के घटनाक्रम के शुरुआत से ही भारत ने डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से इस विवाद को सुलझाने पर जोर दिया है। हम शांति की बहाली के लिए हर संभव योगदान देने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। भारत की G20 की अध्यक्षता में हम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर उस पर बल दे रहे हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की प्राथमिकताओं को आवाज दे रहे हैं। मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने अफ्रीका को G20 का पूर्ण सदस्य बनाने के मेरे प्रस्ताव पर समर्थन जताया है। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे सभी साझे प्रयासों का मूल मंत्र है लोकतंत्र और लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों तथा व्यवस्थाओं को सशक्त करना। विश्व के दो सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र भारत और अमेरिका मिलकर विश्व शांति, स्थिरता, समृद्धि में महत्वपूर्ण सहयोग दे सकते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि इन मूल्यों के आधार पर हम दोनों देशों के लोगों की ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे विश्व की अपेक्षाओं और आकांक्षाओं को पूरा कर सकेंगे। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, आज की उपयोगी चर्चा के लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। इस वर्ष G20 समिट के दौरान आपका भारत में स्वागत करने के लिए भारत और मैं स्वयं भी बहुत ही उत्सुक है। और जैसा राष्ट्रपति जी ने कहा, हम लोगों को मुझे जाना है बाद में कांग्रेस को एड्रेस करने के लिए, और इसलिए ज़्यादा अधिक समय न लेते हुए मैं मेरी बात को विराम देता हूं। मैं फिर एक बार राष्ट्रपति का बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the Prime Minister, but first a two-part question for you. Your comments at a fundraiser this week appear to be the first time in recent memory that a sitting U.S. president has called a Chinese leader a dictator. Did those comments about President Xi undermine or complicate the progress your administration has made in maintaining a relationship with China? And secondly, on India, as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who say that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and crackdown on dissent in Prime Minister Modi's country?
The answer to your first question is no. When we're talking to our allies and partners around the world, including India, we let the idea of my saying what I think is the facts with regard to the relationship with India, with China, is just not something I'm going to change very much. I think I believe that, and I've said this for some time, that the hysteria about the relationship with China is collapsing and moving, et cetera. We had an incident that caused some confusion, you might say. But Secretary Blinken had a great trip to China. I expect to be meeting with President Xi sometime in the future, in the near term, and I don't think it's had any real consequence. And what was your second question?
So as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who believe that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and a crackdown on dissent in India?
Well, look, the Prime Minister and I had a good discussion about democratic values, and that's the nature of our relationship. We're straightforward with each other, and we respect each other. One of the fundamental reasons that I believe the U.S.-China relationship is not in the space it is in the U.S.-Indian relationship is that there's an overwhelming respect for each other because we're both democracies. And it's a common democratic character of both our countries and our people, our diversity, our culture.